Cool. So this is Cosmic Dark, and let's just do quick introductions. I don't know if everyone knows each other. So I'm Mark, he and them, and I'll be the keeper. I don't know if they call it the keeper in this game, but I'll be running the game. And yeah, I'm super excited to see what goes on. Let's just go left to right, David.
Hi, folks. David S. He, him pronouns. I have played a fair amount of Cthulhu Dark before, but never the Cosmic Dark game that's just come out, I guess, or at least the playtest has. So excited to see how it goes, folks.
Cool, thank you. Mad?
Hi, I'm Mads. She, they pronouns. I've only played one series of Cthulhu Dark. When went through the secret of Castle Negro, I think it was, and I really enjoyed that. And just excited to see what's going on with Cosmic Dark because I do like some space horror.
Awesome, thanks. Billy.
Yeah, Billy, he, him. I haven't played a lot of Cthulhu Dark, but I've played a lot of Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that. So excited to see what happens.
Cool. And JP.
Hi, JP, I use he, him. Big fan of horror RPGs, and so interested to see where this one goes. Yeah, it's my first time playing a blank dark system, so curious about that
Nice.
too.
Awesome. Cool. I think we're gonna have a good time then. So this is Cosmic Dark, a game of weird space horror, and this is the first assignment. I think there's eventually going to be 6 of them. Extraction. This is, I think, technically a playtest version, but it looks pretty tight, so it's going to be. So for just ground rules, safety and whatnot, we do have a character keeper with the lines and veils document. If you haven't taken a look at that, take a look at that now and check anything that you don't want in the game or don't want to be upfront in the game or that you're interested in the game. Right now, for lines, we have harm to pregnant people, intimate partner violence, racism, homophobia, transphobia, and sexual assault, sexual violence. Those will not exist in our world at all. For veils, we have cannibalism, graphic injuries, and gore, harm to children, sexism, and sexual content. So those will, they might be in the world, but we won't necessarily see them on screen. For ask first, so if this might come up, we'll check in first before doing it. Kink and BDSM, romance, sex work, suicide, and torture. And we have interest in body horror because that is baked into this game. So we'll be using that. That's a living document. If it needs to be changed at any time, please feel free to and just let me know. We'll be using Xcard / script change. If anything comes up that we want to roll back, anything that's okay, if someone crosses a line accidentally, unintentionally, just throw up an X or say stop and we'll roll it back. And we don't need to know why, just need to know what the content is so we can do it. So it's better for folks. And we'll be using open door. Players are always more important than the game. So if anyone needs to step away for any time, turn your camera off, get a snack, or just leave. That's totally cool. We'll probably be taking breaks on the hour-ish. If I have gotten engrossed and forgotten to call a break, feel free to say, hey, let's take a break. We'll do that. Cool. Check in. Great. So the way this assignment is structured is it kind of leads us into the character creation and rules and stuff as part of the scenario. So I'm just going to jump in unless anyone has any questions, and all the rules and everything will be explained as we go. Good to go? Awesome. So you are all playing employees of some corporation. You are a space conglomerate. And you start off on a shuttle descending to the surface of an asteroid. Above, there's a vast transport ship that brought you here, and below, you can see the asteroid. It's glowing with a phosphorescent violet light. You hear a voice on your communicators, which says, "This is the Extruxka transport ship. You are descending to the surface of C-151. Medical officer, please acknowledge." And one of you will say, "I'm the medical officer, acknowledge."
I'll do it. I am the medical officer. Acknowledge.
Great.
Yeah.
Go ahead and drop your employee name and pronouns on the medical officer character sheet in the keyboard then.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Mining engineer, please acknowledge.
Yep, copy. Mining engineer, copy.
Geologist, acknowledge.
Geologist here.
And team leader, acknowledge.
Team lead, acknowledge.
Thank you, associates. We have a beautiful, pristine asteroid for you to excavate. No signs of previous mining. You have all the equipment you need, and you'll step out onto the surface shortly. Good luck, and we'll be back for you in a year. The story is now going to flash back in time, and we will fill in some character background stuff. So years ago, you all grew up together on a backwater planet. You're all human. Decide together what type of planet it was. Rural planet, mining planet, water, whatever you like. What do you feel like?
Well, I feel like it has to have some kind of rocky mineral sort of quality for us to have a mining engineer and a geologist come out of our group.
Yeah, I like the idea of like a mining operation. Like we do come from that background because that was the main source of trade from our planet. Like there was like some important minerals here. I mean, like, you know, geologists and mining engineers are like almost born from birth. Like they're trained.
Yeah. What do you think of like a big city built around this giant mineral deposit or something like that?
Yeah,
I like that.
like in a ring.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Mm.
gosh.
That's awesome.
Probably like a bunch of those over the entire the surface of the planet. So,
Mhm.
you know, every city is sort of this ring or that ring, or because that's the real standard shape. And there's
Nice.
a real like an image that comes to me is also a little bit of like like a castle wall or a circling the wagons or something. So maybe everything that's outside of the ring is actually really inhospitable.
Mm.
Mhm.
Oh, that's so, because I'm picturing these like orbital photos, and it's just like black with just these lit rings kind of dotted
Nice.
across the surface of the planet, maybe with little glowing mineral deposits in the center of them. That's just such a neat image.
What was the name of your ring?
What did we mine? Maybe the rings are like are we like I don't know, calcite ring or boron or pyrite.
I like pyrite. It's kind of like is it like an affinity for iron, or it's like, you know, iron
Something like that.
based? Yeah.
Awesome. Let's start with Otto. Otto, medical officer. What did you look like as a child?
He was a big, heavy kid, a very barrel chested even as a child. I think he always wore these round glasses, and his voice dropped pretty low even in his early teens, like noticeably so compared to everyone else, I think.
Awesome. And who was your best childhood friend here of this group?
I don't see any other names, but if anybody wants to be
Got
my
it.
friend, then
Yeah. I just put a name in.
okay. I was just gonna use your player names, but if anybody thinks they could link up with me, that would be great.
I can be your childhood friend. That's fine.
All right. Is it just Claire?
I mean, I haven't thought of like, do we have surnames? That's the question.
I'm not
Uh,
gonna put a last name or anything like that. So
yeah.
I think,
So yeah,
yeah, I
Claire.
think Claire.
Cool, Claire. So let's do a scene where you're playing together as children. Uh, Maybe you were playing like just inside the wall of the ring, and um, one of the players, let's have Otto start the scene just by saying it's time to go, and we'll just have a little scene for a minute or two.
And this is us
Um,
kids.
Yes, using
Yeah.
kids, you as
Cool.
kids.
Yeah.
Okay, Claire. It's time to go. Let's get out of here.
Oh, but this rock is it's so beautiful. I mean, look at the lines in here. I mean, all I have is this little hammer, but I mean, like, just look. If I crack it open, you can see the lines. They're shimmering. I mean, this is something a little different from what they're doing down there.
I mean, there's
Look.
I mean, it's a beautiful rock. I don't know what, I mean, we don't know what's in them, it could hurt you. I mean, if you want to just grab it, we can go,
I'm
but
totally gonna grab it, of course. I mean,
there's rocks everywhere. You know what I mean?
I know, and that's what's so great about this.
Yeah.
I know. You just want to like look at people's bodies and see how they work. I mean, rocks just
Hey,
have
we don't
so much more age.
long-term effects of, from these rocks. We don't know. Okay. So I'm just saying when a rock's different, that's a bad sign to me. I know you love it, but that worries me.
I love that. Like that's a great place to end that scene. Cool. JP, what's your character's name?
So my character's name is Victor.
Great. What did Victor look like as a child?
Victor is he was born small, has been small kind of his entire life, and so dedicated a lot of time and energy to becoming sort of as physically imposing as he could. I feel like he became a mining engineer because he just spent a lot of time crawling around in tunnels. So mining engineer is sort of like a more pleasant euphemism for like a tunnel rat or a sapper or that kind of idea. So I also feel like he did a lot of like playing around with explosives in the way that sometimes kids do. So he was a short kid, but always really like short, but built like a brick, and very often had like burn marks on his hands from where things blew up before he sort of wanted them to.
Nice. Let's say that Sam Skipjack, which is David's character, was your rival as a kid.
Ooh.
And we'll do a short scene. One of you starts off by saying, "You know what I do better than you?"
You know what I do better than you?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I'm better than you in the dark.
Oh yeah? What are you
Yeah,
gonna
what's the
do?
longest time you spend underground? Skip? Huh? What's the longest time you spend in the dark, Skip?
I don't know, probably at least a day or two. Why? What do you think? How about you? What do you think? Like
A day. A day. Okay.
your mom's closet doesn't count.
You spend a week underground, no light, just figuring your way around by what you can hear and what you can smell and the way that the rock tastes. Then you can tell me something about my mother.
Did you go blind in the dark too? Is that why you look the way you do?
Yeah, that's right. Because I pay attention to the way that I look, because that's important. Pretty.
That's great. I'll send it there. I love it. Cool. So Claire, besides Otto, which one of the other two did you feel close to?
Oh, I definitely think that I would have been close to Victor because of the whole mining thing. I mean, I'm sure that one, because he can find all the rocks that she
Mhm.
would want to look at, but also two because I mean, like, maybe like whereas Otto is big but Victor is smaller, maybe she felt like, she not maybe not needing to defend him because I mean he's built and he can take care of himself, but I mean just kind of like feeling like uh, friendly to them because I mean like Otto was her friend and Victor like does cool stuff with rocks. So
Nice. Let's have you two do a scene after you've just left school and you're traveling to the recruitment center of Extreska, and which is the conglomerate. And one of you will start the scene by asking, "How do you stay so calm?"
I don't understand how you can stay so calm when you're in the face of these people who want to tell you what to do and how to be. Like, how do you stay so calm when you're having to talk to other people?
I figure that if I stay calm, I can listen to what they have to say. And if I like it and it's interesting, then I find out stuff. And if I don't like it or it's boring, then I can just nod my head and keep quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had that patience. I wish I had I wish fuck, things would be so much easier if I could just be more patient. But you know me, I have people say stupid stuff, and I I don't have time for it.
You don't. I mean, does it really matter what they think? I mean, like, they
No.
call me weird because it's like I like to look at all the rocks. I mean, you have the best job. I mean, like you get to find all of them, you know? I mean, I just examine and see their age and then look for interesting properties. I mean,
Hmm.
sounds like fun. But yeah, I mean, I I feel I feel like if the rocks have been sheared off from something bigger, and if the rocks have formed and been around for so many years, I mean, I guess just kind of taking a lesson from the rocks, as silly as that sounds, being patient and waiting, I guess.
Let's close that one
Wonder.
there.
Yeah.
And Skipjack, let's say that Otto is someone that you confide in. Let's do a little scene with you two as you're leaving the planet, as you're looking back at the planet as you're leaving it behind. And one of you will start the scene by asking, "Do you know what I'll miss the most?"
Hey Otto,
Yeah.
you know what I'm gonna miss the most off of this hunk of rock we're leaving?
All the rocks.
Uh, Daytime. I never liked dark stuff, and it was nice to have at least a set daytime. Now we're floating off into this black, inky void of nothing, and all I'm gonna have are these weird circadian lights that just come on every so often. That's gonna mess with me, man.
You know, I was doing a real good job of not thinking of that until you brought it up. But these lights aren't going to be doing me any favors either. I mean, I know I'm supposed to be a fan of these sterile environments, but there was something real nice about something natural, some
Well,
natural light.
and the air down there, is full of mining particulate, but it was better than this weird sterile stuff. It always smells weird out here in the holds. I don't know. I've never gotten used to it either.
Yeah, it's that like when it's so right, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean, dude.
God damn it.
God damn it.
Cool. We'll leave that there. Great. So back to closer to present. We'll have you on the transport ship. It's called Exchange. The ship Exchange approaches the far reaches of the galaxy. This is a bleak region dominated by this astronomical object that looks like a golden scar in space. and people call it the glitch. So the exchange slowly begins to decelerate over the course of several days as you approach your destination. The night before your first assignment, you sleep. Your quarters are at the edge of the ship, up against the hull. In one corner is a large inclined pod with a sliding top and a pretty comfortable padding inside, and this is where you sleep. Inside the pod, your vital signs are monitored, and any discrepancies are fed back into the exchange or to Extraska's servers. And every night before sleep, a soft voice asks you questions to assess your psychological state. Claire, what scares you the most about space?
Just the vastness of it. At least being on the ground. Any ground. Even underground. At least there's some limitation, there's parameters, there's structure. But in space, once you're dead in the water, then you're just floating around in the dark. Near nothing.
Victor, what would it be like to live forever?
I don't think Victor actually answers that. Like, I think that the pause that I took is like the pause that Victor takes, that there's a little 1,000-yard stare as a result of, like, when he hears that question. I think he sits and he takes it in and he says, nothing I would ever want.
Skipjack, what scares you the most about being alone?
Um, not being able to figure out or ask for help if I don't know how to do something. I kind of feel like I have to do everything right, being a team lead and everything. And if I don't have anyone that I can go to for help, then I'm screwed and I don't handle that really well.
And Claire, if someone else was dying, would you help them before helping yourself?
They tell us to make sure that we have our respiratory masks on tightly before we help anybody else that looks like they need them. To make sure we don't pass out before we can help. And I think that she's just answering the question straight. She's not thinking beyond that of how much further she would help.
And finally, the exchange reaches its final destination, matching the course of the asteroid with micro precision. And as you wake, you're given your operational instructions, which are as follows. You will find a suitable space on the asteroid to set up your living pod. You will take an initial sample using the geological analyzer. You will check in with the exchange using the subspace radio. You will rest, and then you will find a suitable space to drive the mining shaft. Then you board the shuttle. Cargo doors open, and the shuttle descends to the asteroid, bringing us back to where we were at the beginning. So, rules wise, every employee has a changed score, as you see on your on the character keeper there. Changed scores represent how much space has changed you mentally or physically. Everyone's changed score starts at 1. And when something bad happens to the employee's mind or body, you'll roll a 6-sided die. If you get higher than your current change score, you'll add 1 to your change score. When it gets to 6, the employee is broken and their story is over. You'll be making your own changed rolls whenever you encounter something weird or someone gets hurt. And we'll cover some more rules as we go forward. So as you step off the shuttle, the violet rock beneath you kind of crackles beneath your feet. It feels kind of pliable, almost rubbery, but with this solid crystalline structure. And it's a little bit translucent with a faint phosphorescence coming somewhere from deep within. The shuttle ascends back to the exchange, and after a moment, the ship proceeds into space, and you are alone on the asteroid. C-151, I think it was. C-151. Good memory. So the 4 of you are standing alone on the surface of the asteroid. When you look out over the landscape, it kind of undulates like the skin of an animal almost. You landed on a slope that kind of leads down to a plateau that has ridges and crevasses and broken peaks in the distance. When you look at the ground, it kind of undulates as well, close to where you are, with shapes that almost resemble the curves of a human body. It's like a forest late at night when all the trees kind of seem to almost look like they have faces. So I'm going to ask each of you to describe part of the landscape that you see. Geographical features, yeah, nothing like story oriented, just kind of like paint the scene.
I think quite far off, there is almost like a big like fissure in the natural rock that goes so far down it's just black.
I think that there is no loose rock. So there are no boulders, there are no stones. There's nothing that looks like it was knocked off from everything. It's just the landscape there's topography, but there's nothing loose. Everything is connected to everything else, sort of. Also, sorry, a question. I don't know if this was said, but is there atmosphere?
Yeah, so there is not really atmosphere. You have boots that mimic gravity, so you can walk on the ground. You have communicators that allow you easy conversation, and these like thin, flexible suits that supply life support. But otherwise, there's not a habitable atmosphere. So you can kind of like walk and talk, and breathe almost as if you're on at home.
Okay, and is it like half a G? Like what kind of? I'm just wondering, like, what kind of gravity are we dealing with?
Oh,
here?
yeah. You can tell me. Your boots simulate 1G gravity, or the gravity that you're used to.
Yeah.
I think that can be part of your description, what the gravity is like on the asteroid. Okay.
I'll let that sit
Probably
then for now.
low-ish.
I don't know if this is a landscape detail, so tell me if this is a little bit beyond scope. But for some reason that we have yet to pinpoint, maybe our communicators are prone to periodic bits of interference from a source that we can't detect. Nothing that like completely knocks out communication for like an extended period, but occasionally there's just this kind of static and words get garbled, and I have to repeat something, and there's no obvious reason why that would be happening on an asteroid.
Cool. Yeah, we can do that.
Just want to give sorry, two tiny details. One is that I think the gravity is low, so if I'm interpreting that right, then I think Claire, who's of medium height, starts to feel a bit lighter, like as if she's lengthening because
Mhm.
it's not as strong. So she's glad for the grav boots. But then also too, she's looking around and seeing that the topography is like not loose. There's nothing for her to pick up and sample. But I mean, she's looking and she's hearing what sounds like running water, as if there's a river nearby, but we can't see it.
So your first task is to find a site to put your living pod on. There's the sort of plateau below, but you can explore at will. You'll have your suits and communicators. You have handheld scanners with all the like the full set of analytical equipment is in the living pod, and each of you has equipment suitable to your position. The comms officer has a subspace radio to talk with the ship. The mining engineer has the mining equipment, and the medical officer has pharmaceuticals and anesthetics. So, yeah, narrate a little bit about how you explore around what you see and up to where you're setting up the pod.
In terms of visibility settings, do we have infrared or night vision kinds of stuff?
Yeah, whatever seems appropriate to.
Okay, sure.
You have scanners and the visual scanning equipment.
Yeah. And you said that our first task is the living pod setup, or could you repeat that one more time? Okay.
Yeah, you'll find a suitable space to set up your living pod.
Okay, and from there we need to collect geo samples, I recall.
Yeah, let me paste it into the chat here. Objectives.
Okay, and we're saying that we have task 1 already complete. We have the living pod set up.
We are on our way to completing task 1. That's
Working on it.
That's what we're working on.
Okay.
We're narrating that. Yeah, so just say what you're doing, how you're exploring around. We'll find what you see.
Now, before anybody goes crazy and starts wandering off, I want to get baseline scans of everyone so I know what everybody's vitals look like when we first land on this place.
That seems fair.
Yeah, smart.
So I'll go around and just, I assume people have like readouts or something on their arms, and I can probably scan them. So I'll just kind of take note of what, like, if there's any changes since we've landed here or anything like that.
Yeah. I don't think we need you to roll for this one. I think everyone is baseline healthy. Everyone's got their physicals checked out, and you can establish this baseline as healthy. Good to go.
All right. Well, we're all in good shape, so feel free to wander off as much as you want.
We had said that we noticed, or sorry, Mark, you had said that we noticed that the ground is a little springy, right?
Yeah,
that
it's like,
there's some movement to it.
It's like pliable, like a little rubbery, kind of like a
right.
gym, like a gym mat almost.
Like a gym mat.
Yeah,
I can picture that.
Like one of the foam ones.
I don't think it's supposed to be this porous. This feels like one of those bouncy playgrounds at home, and it's not supposed to be this way.
Hey, you're the rock person. Why don't you pull out one of your fancy tools and dig into this place and see if there's anything that you can learn?
She takes a look at you, Otto, and then just kind of like smiles a little bit from the corner of her mouth and says, "Yes, I'm going to take out my fancy tools and figure this out." And she pulls out her little hammer and a vial, so this way she can scoop out or like pick out like a piece of this thing and then stick it in the vial for testing later.
Yeah, yeah. Let's have you do an investigation roll.
Oh, okay.
So, um, so
Roller.
when you do your scan here, we have our dice roller up. There we are.
Okay.
So you're going to be rolling one die. This is they call it the reality die. It's just what you're doing is within the bounds of reality. That's your baseline die. That's normally you're going to have.
Mhm.
If this is something that is part of your, it's called specialism. You're under your job title in
Mhm.
here. So you're the mining engineer, you're the geologist. So I think that definitely falls under your specialism.
Yep.
Are you pushing yourself to succeed, or is this just a base check?
This would just be a base check because I mean, again,
Cool.
it's like she hasn't been here before, and so therefore all she's doing is testing the waters per se, but
Cool.
testing the rocks. And I'm doing 2d6.
Yeah, so you do 2d6, and we'll look at the highest one.
Okay.
That is a 6.
Okay.
Awesome. So basically the way it works, 1 to 3, you get like the basic information. On a 4, you'll get more detail. On a 5, even more. And a 6, you're gonna find something interesting. So basically, you discover that the rock is rich in platinum and rhodium, which are both very valuable to Extraska. It's probably why you were sent here in the first place, and also has a chemical structure that is has like chained like organic compounds basically in it. And as you kind of feed that into your scanner, it also pops up a link from Extraska's databases, which describes other minerals with similar structures, which are also found close to the glitch. So this is something that has something that's seen before. It's not unknown to the mining company.
Nothing.
And yeah,
Go
sorry, go ahead.
I mean, like anything unknown to the mining company?
Yeah, so after you like do your analysis and it's like, okay, cool, this is kind of linked to one of our databases. We've seen stuff like this before. You kind of dive deeper into your results and you detect something. It takes a while to kind of tease out what it is because it's not really your the geological scanner is not really calibrated to it. And you do detect human DNA within the rock.
She sees that on the scanner, and she looks back at Otto like almost as double take. Otto, come here. I I I know you don't normally look at rocks with me. I get it, but I think you would need to see this part. And she's tapping her screen. What does that look like to you?
Yeah, he kind of like gets in close. Is that human DNA?
It's a helix. Yeah.
Well, I guess this place really is valuable. And a little off-putting. Does Extraxer know about
I,
this?
I mean, do we assume that the that the results are being automatically fed back to the database or to the
Yeah, they probably are.
well, I mean, they'll know now. I mean, the sample's in the scanner. They're
Yeah,
tabulating
and
our results.
I think he'll yell over to Skipjack because he's the team leader. Say, "Hey, Captain, has anybody? Are we the first people here?"
Yeah, as far as I am aware. Why? What's up?
There's the rock makeup. It's reading human DNA.
Oh, what the hell? That's not how rocks work.
It's
Um,
not.
Not how humans
Victor,
work either.
Victor
Right.
immediately starts to like lift one foot off the ground, like one after the other, like, what am I stepping on?
Exactly.
You're
right,
telling me this
let's
rock
get the
isn't
pod.
rock?
Some of this rock isn't rock. I guess. I'm no rock guy, but I'm a person guy. So
Yeah, it's like interwoven with the rest of the structure of the rocks.
let's get the pod set up because I don't want my boots on this thing until we can get some more information from up top.
I hear a river. Does anybody else hear that? I feel like we should probably set up near some place that possibly has some kind of like a water source.
You want to drink water from this place?
It might be something that we can filtrate. I mean, not only that, but
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
true. It's true, Claire.
like as if it's a running body of water, then it can uncover things like, in its bed or on the sides that I could sample even more, and then we can, it'll be a little bit easier. Let's put it that way. And at the very least, maybe that's the water that I hear is helping with this atmosphere.
You
Yeah.
may be able to find something resembling water in that fissure over there, but maybe best to set up a living pod before we start rock climbing.
Sure. No, I mean, but I mean, if we did have an able source of water, I mean that couldn't possibly be anything but welcome. So
We should circle up.
okay,
Let's get this pod down.
okay.
Are we able to get any scans at short to medium range of anything that resembles a water source or anything that might look like a more habitable zone?
As far as the scans of the asteroid are, it is just a hunk of rock. As far as you can tell, there's no water sources or like
Mm.
it's not moon size or planet size. It's a
Right.
a big asteroid.
So why would
Uh,
you hear a river?
Yeah, but you don't know. You could scan some more if you want. But yeah, probably getting that pod set up is a good priority.
Yeah. I mean, she's fiddling around with her scanner, like very puzzled at her findings, and she's stowing away the sample with the scanner in her bag. So
If there are no obviously superior places to make camp, then I suggest we just start here, for the sake of efficiency.
sure.
Yeah, there's kind of like a plateau-ish area, like
Yeah.
beneath where you landed. It's probably as good as anywhere else.
Sounds
So
good to me.
I'll put the order in to just make camp on that plateau.
Um, so the pod is kind of self-assembling when it's fully spread out. It kind of looks like a wheel with a central hub, and it's got individual quarters for each of you off the spokes, and it's got like a central lab and everything you need to do your analysis there. It takes a little while to set up. Something there. Yeah. So it kind of inflates basically over the course of an hour or so. What are you doing while it kind of gets itself set up?
Victor's pulled out like a rock hammer that's probably, it looks big compared to the little him, but it's a really hefty it's a hefty hammer that actually has ports for power, and so he's actually run cables from an energy, like a battery that he has on the back of his belt, and plugged them into the bottom of the hammer. So the hammer head itself will actually vibrate when he hits to like help to break rock down a little bit more. And I feel like while the pod is being assembled, Victor's totally freaked out. This idea of standing on rock that isn't rock is like antithetical to everything that he's ever known about rock. So I feel like he's kind of walking a bit of a perimeter around the outside of the hub as it's being like inflated, and just being real suspicious of everything in sight. There's no ease.
I think I'm gonna have you make if you're doing like, are you doing sampling and stuff as you're, did you say that you're as you're going
Uh,
around?
Not official sampling, but certainly like, uh, are there any places where I'm seeing loose gravel? Are there any places where it looks like where I can notice, that I'm used to there being plates of earth that shift like this, right?
Yeah,
Am I see and like so that's the extent of the because I'm already thinking about digging.
yeah,
So what am I digging into?
cool. Let's have you, we'll have you make a roll for this. So you get
Okay.
your base die. It sounds like, do you feel like your specialty die comes into it?
I
Mining it?
yeah, let's say that I think as a mining digger person, I think so.
Are
I'm
you,
used to digging through this kind of stuff.
are you pushing yourself to succeed here?
I am absolutely going to do that. Um, yes, definitely.
Nice, cool. So we'll have you make a roll with 3 dice. We don't have different colors here, so we'll say the last one is the changed die, and we will go from there.
So if I go 2d6. Okay, so let's just say that the first two that I rolled got the 1 and the 3,
Mhm.
and then the last one, you can let me do this. Custom dice, just roll for me. Oh, there we are. Huh.
Okay. Cool. So you definitely, this rock is dissimilar to what you've seen before. And I think as you're examining it a little bit more closely, you notice that you're like, when you pause to bend down and try and break a little bit of a way, you don't see any, like you said, there's no loose rock anywhere, which seems odd, but not completely unknown. When you go to chip some stuff off, you notice a couple things. One is that uh, any little chips or flakes that you chip off almost seem to reabsorb into the rock after sitting for a few minutes. The second and probably more disturbing part is that you notice that if you when you stand still too long, you notice that your boots and equipment have sunk into it just a little bit. And your changed die was not higher than the other ones. So, yeah. Yep. What about the rest of you?
Is it too early for me to be checking in with the exchange?
Not at all.
Okay, because we already got, I don't know if this counts as the initial sample, but we
Yeah.
already have some information that I think I need to ask
Yeah, cool.
admin about.
Do they call you by your call sign or do they call you Sam?
They call me Sam. Skipjack is a nickname.
Awesome. Um, yeah, and let's say Extraska operator. Is this team leader Sam?
This is Sam reporting in regarding initial sample. We are on the surface of CX. I forget the rest of the string.
C-151.
We're on the surface of C-151. Living pod is operational. We've taken an initial sample and run it through our analyzer, and we have some questions for you about the contents of this. Have you gotten a chance to look at these results yet?
Yeah, we got them a little while ago. We're glad you checked in. It's been a few hours, and we were getting worried about you. So yeah, we've examined the samples. It seems to be pretty similar to some other organic materials that we have. You said, can you repeat what you said again? It was a little bit muddled.
Yeah, repeating what I said, exchange, the sample was identified by our lead medical officer as possessing what looks like DNA of a human structure. That's not
Interesting.
normal.
We
Are
don't
you
have that in
seeing
our
that on
records.
your
No, we
end?
haven't. We see your report. Yes. I will forward this to our analysis team and get back to you. Is the communication? Is there anything we're getting? some sort of distortion
Yes,
on
exchange.
your side here.
Yeah, exchange. There is some sort of interfering phenomena happening on the surface of this asteroid. Communications are a little bit garbled, so if I have to repeat anything, please request that I do. I'm working to identify the source of the interference, but I can't figure it out just yet.
All right, well, keep in touch. Don't yeah, it's and they say it's been a few hours since you landed, and it has not. It's been maybe 15 minutes. Yeah, so
Can I point that out to them?
yeah. And they'll ask you to calibrate your equipment, just make sure that everything is up and running there, and to check in regularly.
Will do. I will be keeping tabs on time passage on my end. When I check in with you, I want you to let me know how long you see it as having been since I checked in on your end, okay?
All
And
right.
and if you could analyze further the DNA structure, and if you see any anomalies there, please let me know that as well. We will be
We will do
doing the
that.
same on our end.
Great, we will do that.
All right. So I will terminate the call at this time. And I'm going to go to Otto and let you know about the time issue that we're seeing.
Yeah, he's probably kind of like when you walk up to him, he's kind of down on one knee, and I think he's using medical equipment on the surface, like scanning the
Ooh.
surface like it would be a person.
Well, let's have you make a roll for that. That's really interesting.
So would that just
Do you
be
feel like
two?
your specialties, you think your specialties coming in because you're doing like a biological analysis of
Yeah,
it?
yeah. I'm specifically trying to treat this thing as a like a patient almost, not a rock.
Fantastic.
But I don't think I'm risking myself in general. He's just kind of curious.
Yeah.
But you
Cool. Yeah,
can make me roll that
let's see
die
those
if you
two
want.
dice. I think that's fine for now.
All right, let's see. So just 2d6.
Yeah.
Sweet. That is a 5.
5 and 4. Yeah. Yeah, as you're sort of it's spongy, but it's still solid. And you kind of reconfirm there's biological material in there. You're not detecting the DNA, but it's definitely organic rich. Maybe they were looking for some hydrocarbon deposits in addition to the other minerals that were there. The structure, although it appears kind of crystalline on the outside, there are definitely like crystal outcroppings that you see. The internal structure is also not like a cellular structure with like different organelles and stuff, but it does remind you of some sort of organic structure at a molecular level as well.
Yeah, and he kind of gets up and he turns to you and it basically is wholly confused about it having been hours since you talked to or since we landed.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't get it. Like the pod's not even done yet. What do they mean? It's been hours and hours.
Yeah, no, it can't be an equipment issue. I know how long it takes 15 minutes for the pod to assemble. The pod assembled and I called them within 5 minutes. It can't be an equipment calibration issue.
It's not even
So
that. I mean, if you're looking at all of our equipment, all of the scanners, and all of our calibration instruments read the same time.
exactly, we're all synced. Otto, you may not obviously, I don't know if you would know the answer to this question, but you have a DNA sample in your possession. Right.
Yep. Uh-huh.
If we could get a sample back to the exchange, theoretically, would they be able to make an embryo out of that?
Well, that's a hell of a question.
Where's this question coming from, Sam? Captain, sorry.
Well, sooner or later, someone's going to be curious about it. If it's popped into my head, someone upstairs is definitely going to be thinking the same thing if we have.
Now, okay, so is it possible? I mean, we're talking about Extraxer, right? I mean, they can throw their dick around all they want. They got money. Yes, 100% they probably could do something like that. I do not believe for 1 second that this is the first that they've heard about this. I don't even believe that we're the first ones down here. There's no way in hell, if this place is this resource rich, that they've waited this long to get on top of it.
I'm going to come wander up to the group. And I think when I was out there, hitting the ground with my hammer, and Mark, you had said that I noticed that my boots sort of, like, I was slowly sinking into the ground.
Mhm.
When I'm walking back to the group, I want to check the base of the pod.
Yeah. Let's make a roll for that too. So you get your base die.
So just 1d6.
Do you
Because I don't
feel
really think
do you feel like the mining engineering comes into it?
I mean, this is me paying attention to, has something sunk. I don't know if really it's an expertise thing and or just
Yeah,
using my eyes.
Let's just do one die
So,
then.
yeah, just 1d6.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so
I'm
you do
killing it
notice
with
that
the rolls.
it has it's almost less like it's sunk and more like the rock is kind of growing up around the base a little bit, kind of supporting it, um, like firming up the base almost. And um, as you stand up, you feel there's a scratch on the back of your calf. And when you look down, it looks like uh, a little spike, a little crystalline spike of the rock has kind of caught your suit and penetrated it. The suit seals up pretty quickly.
Okay, great.
And it looks like just a scratch, but it was
Okay.
yeah.
Can I see
crystalline bits are growing out of the ground, kind of surrounding it.
Great. And like, can I see the shard that cut the suit?
Yeah, it's just a little, maybe 2-inch long piece, just
Okay.
crystal sticking out.
I'm gonna take it and I want to put it into. I'm not just gonna throw it away. I'm gonna put it into like a storage pocket on my belt or something, on like an arm pocket, that sort of thing, and then walk back into the group just in time to say, I don't know if you all noticed this, but the ground is growing up around the pod. This is not rock.
How?
What are we doing here? We're miners. This is not rock.
Right, but I mean, what is going on here?
Victor, are you suggesting that this is an organic entity masquerading as rock in its structure?
I'm saying there's no natural loose material. There's no dust, there's no shards, there's no scatter, there's no boulders, there's nothing loose here.
While he's saying this, I mean, like, Claire's scrabbling at her bag to look at the sample again. Has the sample in her vial changed?
Interesting. I don't think it has. No.
Do I know about Victor's suit having been briefly penetrated?
I would not have said anything.
Okay.
And it would have sealed up like really quick as soon as it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, they're self-sealing. And now that the living pod is all kind of fully expanded, you each do have a living quarters unit in there, and it does have like extra scanners and tools, any equipment you need for your specialties. And there's an extra pod that has food storage, water, Um,
Claire's going to
any
immediately go
essentials like
into the
that.
lab. Yeah, go
Yeah.
into the lab and then like, check the perimeter scanner
Mm,
that's in the lab. I mean, just to
yeah.
see if what Victor noticed is actually happening to the whole the whole pod.
Yeah, let's get a roll for that. I think it's gonna be yeah, let's do you feel like you're pushing yourself here?
Yeah, because I mean, this is weird as it is. I mean, this is not how Rock behaves.
Yeah.
So I feel like, she's going to be checking again the perimeter scanners for not only like, what is around for Rock, like looking
Mm,
for Rock, but any anomaly in the readings that she can find.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. So let's roll all 3 dice.
Okay, so 3d6 then.
And we'll just call the last one the change die.
Okie dokie.
There it is.
There
Great.
it is. Whoops.
Great. So you do get everything you could reasonably discover here. The perimeter scans do show that it's almost like the pod has settled into the rock. It's unclear whether it's growing or not, but it's definitely there's definitely a new lip around the edge there. Can I get you to make a change roll? That's just going to be 1 die, and
Sure.
if it is over 1,
Okay.
we'll bump up your change score.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Yes,
Yeah, of course. Cool.
of course.
So check off your next little box there on changed.
Sure.
Get you a 2 there. Does anything else? What to do? Yeah.
Every time I write rock, I'm writing in air quotes.
How is
Yeah.
that discovery? Like, how does that make you feel as a geologist?
Like the camera is like panning on her face, and it's like this reading is showing like the kind of like a little topographic type of thing, like kind of like seeing slope and change and incline and all this kind of stuff. And like, she can see it on this reading that it's showing that the rock is creating a lip like at the bottom of the pot. And her face just gets this look of horror, and she's just kind of remembering like maybe on their home planet, where there was maybe they hit of some sort of like heated like pool or some kind of rock formation from long ago where it was heated so badly and so high that the rock looks molten. But I mean, like, it wasn't molten, it wasn't like magma or lava or anything like that. It was frozen in place and kind of got that look of soft but yet hard as stone because it had melted that way. And she's immediately checking temperature of the atmosphere. It's like,
yeah, it's
levels.
relatively cold.
Yeah,
there's
but I mean,
not much atmosphere there. The other thing that happens is that as you're doing that perimeter scan, there's an anomalous signal a bit ways away. It's not clear exactly what it is, but there's some signal like almost being broadcast from I don't know how far the horizon is, but it's a ways away from where you are.
she immediately calls Sam. Sam, Captain.
Yes, what's up?
Some kind of reading. It's beyond the horizon. It's far away from here, but some kind of signal.
Like a broadcasted signal, or just something that's kind of picking up accidentally? What's it resembling?
Is it a communications or is it just a broadcast of some sort?
Let's have Sam make the roll for this, since you have some communication equipment. I think it's just gonna be a flat 1 die unless you want to push yourself.
Might as well push.
Okay,
I
cool.
like to get more information. So let me see here. Okay. So that means 2 dice, right?
Yeah, and the second one will be the change die.
Sounds good. So 2d6. Oh, did that roll? No.
There we go.
Double fives.
Double fives. Great. Let me check and see if it's the highest or I don't know. If it's the highest.
It's got to be
it's-
changed wins, right?
Yeah, if it's higher than any other die. So
Oh,
That's good.
okay. Wow.
so you got yourself a 5 there. Cool. Yeah. So you fiddle with the controls a little bit, kind of clarify it, and it's a distress beacon. Seems to be Extraska standard. It's about 2 hours away, walking from where you are, and you do find signs of life there in a further scan. When you kind of cross-check it against the Extraska database, you cross-reference like the ID of the distress signal, and it does come up with records of abandoned mining missions here with no survivors.
Uh-huh. So but there is a sign of life coming from this specific distress beacon.
There is signs of life coming from this specific distress beacon.
Okay, I see. I will relay that information to Claire. I would also like to check in with the exchange and have a rather stern conversation with them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they answer. Operator?
Exchange, this is Sam down on C151.
You
We're
said
getting
you were
a
going to be keeping in closer contact with us. It's been a while.
How long has it been on your end? Last I heard, it had been about 3 hours
It's been a
since
day.
landing.
We're expecting a check-in before your
A
next
day
get
now.
started.
Okay, so Exchange, there is a time warping effect that's happening on the surface of the planet. We've been here for maybe an hour at this point, and if it's reading a day on your end, then something's off with the time. There is a distress signal expressing signs of life approximately 2 hours march from our position, and I'm seeing indications of a prior mining operation. Is this something you're aware of, Express?
Let me double check our records. Yes, there were previous mining operations on this asteroid. No successes.
And we were not Exchange. We weren't notified about this before we came on this rock.
The area that you were dropped in should be far enough away from previous missions that you should have a clear shot at whatever you need to excavate.
Exchange, do you have any indication of life coming from? I mean, what I'm seeing in my notes is that there were no survivors on these previous expeditions.
My records show no survivors as well. Yes.
So what is this sign of life that's coming from the distress beacon?
Sign of life. Interesting. I don't have any records on that.
Express, I intend to investigate this anomaly. I'm just putting it on the record.
Great. Can I get you to make a change to roll? This seems pretty weird.
Oh, I'd say so. And that's 1d6?
That's just one die. Yeah.
That's
Hey,
that's a
you're
one.
all
Haha.
right.
Keeping it together.
Cool. Where are we here? Yeah. So what are the others doing while this conversation is happening?
Otto is
So we don't-
definitely Oh, go ahead. You're good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, we don't know that this conversation is happening, right? So we don't have anything. We're acting unaware of this. I think Victor is probably getting ready to, just as per sort of standard protocol, I'm getting ready to blast a hole in the ground. So I've gone to the part of the pod that has all of my mining and blasting equipment, and I'm starting to create like just go through my old standard process of creating a bunch of shaped blasting charges to get ready to blow a big hole in the ground. But the whole time that I'll be setting a charge, and then every so often I'll like pat the little piece of rock the shard, right? Just sort of like tap it. I just like unconsciously while
Yeah.
I'm working.
Yeah, I think the mining equipment you have is actually kind of like a big drill. So I think
Mhm. Okay.
that's the mining shaft you're using. But I like the idea of adding explosives to it. That's always a good call.
Cool.
What about did we miss anyone else?
Otto?
Otto?
Oh yeah, Otto is just he's kind of getting the medical wing sorted a little bit. And if I saw that sample on record, I would kind of like to dig a little deeper into it just to see if there's anything like what is exactly human about it, what percentage rock versus human, like
Yeah.
what does that make up? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and make a roll. And I think this is going to be a change roll as well. So let's do 3 dice.
3d6, and then just the far die will be the changed
Yeah,
one.
the last one will be the change one.
That is a 6
Hey,
changed.
it's a 6 change. Cool. So so you're trying to find more information about the exact organic structure about this.
Yeah, like what does this piece of human DNA, like what is it doing? Is it like trying to replicate? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you yeah. So you feed this back into your equipment. It appears that the rock is fractionally expanding over time, and it almost appears to kind of feed by absorbing softer matter, which may include smaller pieces of rock that have broken off of it. Maybe it's self-healing, like your suits kind of are. You're able to patch this through to the Extraska databases, and after some processing, you get some records back that link to reports of quote unquote living rock from previous workers who have survived disastrous missions other places, not on C-151. Missions where they were the only survivors. And furthermore, since you got a 6, you get an anomaly. Where are you keeping the samples that you're looking at? Or can you describe the process?
Well, so I just had a sample record from one that Claire took, basically
Yeah.
the readout of it. But if it would make it easy anomaly wise, I can say that I took the actual sample that she had.
I mean,
Oh,
you
no.
you probably wanted to take it and run it through the centrifuge,
Yeah.
you know, like, you know, just
Yeah.
to be able to do the whole cycle, whatever of
Mm.
tests. So
Oh yeah, I think this works actually. Yeah, so as you're getting those records and kind of looking through the previous reports of failed missions elsewhere, that's when the lights of the living pod dim, and it kind of clicks to like an amber, and then a deeper red, and this is kind of like the sleep cycle, the artificial night clicking on. Where are you doing this?
He's doing it in the medical bay.
Great. As it clicks on, your vision kind of adjusts, and you notice along the floor, the edge of the room, that a tiny bit of rock has, it's hard to tell whether it's kind of poked through the sealed edges of the living pod or if it was brought in. But there's a faintly growing bit of rock kind of along the edge of the room there.
I will make my change roll seeing that,
Yeah, let's do that.
and I go up.
Yeah, it goes up. How does this feel to you?
He will instantly buzz in, and he'll say, Skip, Claire, get to medical bay like yesterday.
Roger that.
Roger
Nice.
that.
Cool. I think this is a good place to take a first break. Let's come back in 5 and we will continue on there. Awesome. So y'all are running into the medical bay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you all see it. There's a fist-sized chunk of this crystalline rock on the edge of the room, glowing faint purple.
What is this?
It's not rock.
No. No.
And normally the living pod is supposed to be sealed against the elements there. So it is strange that the rock has made its way in.
Is there like Otto does not and will not probably get close to this, but based on the readings in the room, is it like losing atmosphere or like is it leaking basically?
No, not that you can tell. Victor, your leg is itching a bit more now, though.
Yeah, I just wanted to check on something. So the call that Otto made to Skip and Claire, was that over general comms?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, if
Okay,
you want to
great.
show up,
So
if you'd show up, then you totally could show up.
yeah, all right. So having heard that, then I would run in as well, and the back of my leg is itching. Okay, I think I'm going to drop down to take a look at this stuff and sort of absent-mindedly say, while I'm looking at it, just say, "Oh, Otto, I'm going to need you to take a look at the back of my leg. I got nicked. Seems fine.
Are you fucking kidding me? When did you get cut?
I don't know. When I was walking the perimeter, my suit's sealed. It's not a problem. I haven't. It's not a thing. But this is more important. If the integrity of our pods being tested, we should pay more attention to this than a scrape.
Yeah,
Skip and
I think
Claire
this
can
is
handle
weird
that.
enough for Victor to make a change roll.
All right.
Yeah, after that, Otto is definitely going to tell him to like lie down so he can take a look at him.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna say to Otto, please check his vitals one more time.
And I think while this is happening, I think like Claire's going to go like almost not like distantly, but I mean like, she's gazing and very intently at that. Like you're saying it's dust or it's like a piece.
It's like
piece
a
of-
fist-sized chunk of rock.
Yeah, she's going to get closer to it.
Yeah. Let's have you make a change roll too. Looks like Victor rolled a 1 again. Our
Oh,
bad
boy.
dice luck is doing
Oh no!
good for us here. There we go. So yeah, bump up your change there.
Oh boy. Yippee!
I'm
We're
too
playing
mad.
Annihilation.
Yeah.
I'm just too mad
yes,
to
and
be
I
know.
affected
Good
by
touch
any of
stuff.
this.
It's too mad. So when you reach changed 3,
Uh-huh.
you can attempt to reduce your change score.
Uh-huh.
You do this by removing the change that has happened from your body or mind. So how is like seeing this glowing rock that is intruded upon the pod? How has that affected Claire?
I mean, how it's affected her, or how she's going to like try to circumvent.
What's your reaction to it?
Fascination. I mean,
Mm.
this is supposed to be rock. This is supposed to be something that doesn't grow. I mean, it's solid. It's not going to creep. It's not going to grow. It's not going to shape. But I mean, like her mind kind of drifts into that memory of the molten rock solid, from their home planet.
Yeah, and it does remind you a lot of that.
Yeah.
So when you want to reduce your change, once you reach 3, if you want to remove something from your body, you can do that in the fiction by removing whatever it is from your body. If you want to remove something from your mind, such as a memory or a piece of knowledge, you can use drugs or surgery. The medical officer will be supplied with memory anesthetic, which cleanly deletes memories from the brain. When you feel like doing that, let me know, and we will make a roll. If it is equal or under, it'll go down.
Yeah, I think
Um,
she's going to. I think she's going to ask Otto for something. I mean, like I don't know if like fictionally it's like she would do it in this moment because I think there's
mhm.
more important things like Victor's leg. But I think she's going to say, as she's staring at this rock, it's like, Otto, this isn't important right now, but when we get ready to rest, it's like if you have something to help me uh, sleep, or yeah,
Great.
Yeah, he'll just like silently nod at her.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So Otto, you're taking a look at Victor's leg.
Yes, if Victor will allow me to do so.
Yeah, like begrudgingly, I think probably. Do you want me to hop up on the table, or can I keep?
Oh
Can I
no, he's
keep
gonna take
looking
you
at?
away from the rock, 100%.
Okay, yeah, I'll go.
Cool. This definitely falls within your specialty. Are you pushing yourself?
Yeah, I think he's pushing himself in the sense of like he doesn't trust extracts or anything like that. So he knows that there's some like nefarious shit going on. So he's trying to save him, right? Like this
Yeah.
guy's fucked completely. I'm trying to help him out. So
Yeah, and
I'll
you're gonna
go
have
for
to turn
3.
on like a little, either headlamp or desk lamp or something because we are in kind of like sleep cycle mode in the
Yeah, yeah.
cab pod.
He's got like that surgery pulley light over the top, you know what I mean? That
Yeah,
you can adjust.
yeah, awesome.
So I'll roll a 3d6 here. And that is a
Hey,
3.
that's pretty good. Cool. So, yeah. So you can describe how you're checking out the scratch on his leg. Like, are you taking his? How are you accessing his leg?
Um I think if he's got his like EVA suit on, I'll
Mhm.
probably have him take it off and then roll up the pant leg. Depends on how high it is, you know what I mean? But there's he wants to get a look at the bare skin
Yeah,
with scanners first. And then if there's anything to like extract or anything like that, then he'll use hands-on tools.
yeah. I think you maybe the suits are modular in a way, so you can kind of remove parts of them.
Or just like at the knee, just kind
Yeah,
of
like at the knee,
yeah.
because the atmosphere is in the hab pod. The atmosphere is fine.
Yeah.
You can take your suits off in there. So it's up to you whether you want to just take the leg off or take the whole thing off.
Yep. Yeah. If I could just pull it off at the knee and just examine the leg itself, as long
Yeah.
as he's like, is this the only place you were scratched? Yes. Then he'll just take off the leg there.
Yeah, it was just a little scratch outside. It's nothing.
Yeah. You do find so it is just a little scratch, it seems, and it seems to be healing up um pretty quickly. You do find small shards of this crystal kind of lodged in the wound. Yeah, it's probably fine. You can probably take that out with a scalpel if you want to, but, or you can just leave it.
Okay, so I don't know if you've had a look at this, but and I think he'll call Skip over too.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, Skip, this so okay, he got scratched. It's not a bad injury or anything like that, but this rock he's got shards of this rock in his leg. I'm gonna extract them.
Yeah, smart.
I think over the comments, like Claire's gonna call it. It's like, don't forget to save the samples.
Yeah, you got your rocks to look at.
Cool. Let's get another roll for that. Are you pushing?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'll push again. This is
Awesome.
Cosmic Dark, right?
Yeah.
It's a 5
Cool.
light. I'll just say light.
Great. Yeah,
5
5 light. Cool. Yeah, so you are able to extract the fragments of rock around the wound. As you're doing so, the scar tissue around it, which seems to have like there's scar tissue that is formed around it. It has not been very long. Um, in addition to the scar tissue produced by his body, it also seems like the bits of rock are trying to kind of heal the wound as well, sort of like encrusting over that skin, almost forming like a little crystalline scab over
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna say. Okay.
Yeah. And as you have a medical monitor on him while you're doing this, and you notice that his pulse is significantly slowed, uh, much lower than you would expect a healthy person to have.
How do I feel?
How do you feel? It's probably, it feels generally okay. It itches, and Otto probably has to cut away some of the skin around it to get all of the rock out.
Yeah.
But you're able to, anesthetic and heal that up pretty quickly. I think I need Otto at least to make a changed roll.
If you didn't tell me to, I was gonna do it anyway. If I see somebody's pulse at like 30 or something like that, and they're talking
Yeah.
to me, then it's going up.
Yep, that's going up. I think Victor's gonna have one too.
Stop racing me, Otto.
If
I'm
yeah.
trying.
Or actually, tell me how Victor feels about this. Everything that Otto is describing.
Yeah, just Otto's telling you that like what your pulse is, like it's in the high 30s or something like
Yeah.
that.
Right. So I think that Victor, as a person, because he spent so much time underground with mining equipment and blasting equipment, I feel like I'm actually used to having little minuscule shards of rock that got blown into me, that my skin grew over, and it was like, yeah, that's like just a part of being. It's a part of being in the ground. It's actually not that big of a deal. So
Yeah.
if you're telling me, like, if Otto's telling me, oh, this is your pulse rate, but Mark, you're telling me that Victor feels like I'm not noticing anything about a reduced pulse, so I'm going to find it a little bit weird, but I still feel like Victor, I don't think thinks too much past, like, I don't think Victor has a vast way of thinking. So for him, he's like, I feel okay. I don't know, maybe your equipment's wrong. There's a bit of rock in me. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. On any other day, I would completely agree with you, but this rock being in you, listen, let's just go about let's do the mission. I'm gonna keep an eye on your vitals. You feeling okay? But I'm not gonna let you keep the nice rocks in your leg.
Well, it's a biological intrusion. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah. And he kind of points to Skip. He's like, "Yep," just like Skip says. So let's get the
All
rocks
right.
out, and then let's go put the drill in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I gotta get to drilling, right? Like we gotta get to drilling. So
Your
you
mission
keep me.
says to rest before drilling after you set the pod, because it's been a while. But if you want to,
All right.
if you want to
We
drill
are
right away,
instructed
you can totally
to
do
rest. That is
Yeah.
true.
We are instructed to write. All right, cool. If you want to take it out
You
now,
can definitely push the drill when you want to, though.
I just like, I don't listen, Otto. If you want to take this stuff out now, let's take the stuff out now. I just don't want anything to get in the way of the drill. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So I'm gonna remove the rocks. We'll all get rest. I'll give you a quick check. I won't take too much of your time up when we wake up, and then we'll get to boring into this asteroid. How's that
And
sound?
you got a year. You got plenty of time.
Yeah.
I mean, at the
got a
current rate,
year.
we have maybe a day, the way time is passing from their perspective. That is assuming they intend to pick us up at all.
Do you speak
Otto,
that out
you're-
loud?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say, was that an out loud thing?
Otto is fully behind you there. It's like, yeah, Extraxa.
How's Skipjack feeling about that?
There is a sense of doom
Mhm.
that has overcome me. I mean, at this point, we've been on this rock for maybe a few hours, and they're
Yeah.
saying it's been at least a day. So I'm doing the math in my head, and the basic gist of it is that we'll have been here maybe a few days to a week by the time it's been a year on their end. But more importantly, they aren't telling us that there have been 100% casualties on multiple missions. And they don't seem too beat up about that. So what leads me to believe that we're any different? Which is really why I want to check out that distress signal, but I'm gonna let these people resolve the rocks in the
Is
leg
that-
before I
Yeah, that definitely
mention
sounds
that.
worth a change roll to me though.
Just to be clear, is that information that you've shared, Skip, the distress signal?
I want to. I'm going to once we resolve the rocks in your leg, but I don't want to throw too much at everybody at first. If
Cool.
that's okay. If it would make more dramatic sense for me to say it now, I can.
I think the dramatic thing that I'm holding is like, I think that Victor, because he's underground, and I'm thinking about like the tussle that you and I had in our history, right? I think Victor has this real, like, union strong, fuck the bosses kind of vibe. So if there's a sense of somebody's out there, like one of our guys is,
Right.
one of our people is out there, like, fuck this drill business, we got to go get our friends. So if I guess I'm wondering, like, I feel like you might know that would get in the way of us being able to do the job, because Victor would be like, I'm not doing that until we go get our people.
Right, and I'm okay with delaying the drilling for investigation of the distress beacon for sure.
Cool.
Let's get that change roll from Skipjack.
Yeah, another one here. And this is again just 1d6.
Just 1d6. Yeah.
3. I think that takes me up to 2.
Yep, that'll take you up to 2. Great. What is Claire doing while the surgery is going on?
Yeah, I think she's kind of we're away from the medical bay at the moment because I mean, like, Otto wanted to take him away from. Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. So I think
Okay, so
she-
just
That's
to
up-
frame it,
Clarify that.
1 sec. I just didn't want him by the rock in the corner. I still
Right.
have him on the table in the
Okay,
med
okay.
bay.
Okay, so yeah, if we're still in the med bay, then I think that she's like kind of moved reluctantly away from the rock, but I mean, like, she's like kind of like looking back at it intermittently and then just like paying attention to the conversation. It's like agreeing with the whole idea of like, I mean, they gave us a year, but I mean, like, we need to figure out what's going on with that distress signal and agreeing with all of that. And then just concerned about that. That's why she spoke up and said, it's like, make sure you keep the samples, so she can take it back to her lab and then take a look at it. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can definitely just grab the sample of rock and a little bit of flesh that the rock is kind of fused to.
this should be
flesh.
interesting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think she's going to remind Otto after he's done with patching up Victor. I think she's going to remind him. It's like, please don't forget, I just need something to help me sleep.
Yeah, he has like this, just imagine like Batman utility belt
Mhm.
kind of bullshit going on. And
Sure.
he'll reach down and kind of hand you like a little auto injector thing.
Sure.
He goes, don't take it until you're ready to sleep,
Sure.
right?
I mean, I'll wait until I'm actually in my sleeping pod.
All right.
And
sweet,
then
yeah,
that's
so
what I'm
that
going to do for
surgery was on.
lowering the change.
Cool. We can go ahead and roll for that now if you like.
Sure.
So it's just 1 die. If it's a 3 or less, your
Okay.
change will go down.
Okay. That's a no, right?
That's a no.
Okay.
Are the rest of you also getting in sleep pods, or are you gonna try and stay up?
I'd like to notify the team about the distress signal before anyone commits to sleeping.
Mhm.
Now, I keep thinking that someone else was actually the one who found out about the distress signal first, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was me because
That was Claire.
Right.
Claire, I'm gonna go ahead in the interest of transparency and communicate the finding.
Absolutely, Captain. Sure. I mean,
Victor Otto, before we make next plays, there is a situation that's arisen that you need to be aware of. The long story short is that Claire has observed what appears to be a distress beacon located approximately 2 hours from our position on foot. Now, That by itself is not automatically alarming, given that there have been other expeditions to this rock. The thing that concerns me is that we're seeing indications of life emanating from the beacon. The assumption is that it is human life, but everything on this rock reads as human life. And this, I say, kicking the little crystal growing into our pod, that's not human. So something's then sending out a distress beacon, but I'm not convinced that it is actually a surviving team. That being said, I think it's important that we investigate.
Was there any information given to us about survivors from here before? Did we know about the chance of this before landing on this fucking hunk?
I contacted Exchange. They said there were no survivors and they were not reading any indications of surviving life on their end. So something's messed up.
Yeah, but they also said they didn't receive the sample. They should be getting lifetime readings of anything that we're scanning.
Their
They
comms
said-
are. The communications are screwed. No, I don't know if it's the time issue or what, but we're operating on a completely different plane of time than they are, and anything that we send them is either getting lost in transmission, or it's arriving incomplete, or it's arriving late. I'm not convinced that I'm even talking to them live whenever I do communicate with them. I could be talking with them in a conversation that has actually happened, 30 minutes ago. I don't know. We're on our own. Is
Yeah,
the point
and the
I'm trying to get
exchange
across.
has traveled away at relativistic speeds, so it could just be an artifact of near light speed travel as well.
The signal, is it one of ours? Is it extracted coded, or is it from a competing company? Is there a way of telling that?
It was extracted coded for you.
So we gotta go. We gotta go.
In the interest of just character thought, did we know that there were other teams before us, or were we just under the impression that we were the first ones here?
The information you were
yeah.
given at the beginning was that this was a beautiful, pristine asteroid with no signs of previous mining.
So they already lied.
Yeah, so when Otto hears him say when he hears Skipjack say there's a beacon, yeah, I fucking knew it, man. I knew we weren't the first ones here.
Right? We still gotta go though.
No, we're
Got
going.
it, yes.
But you're not in a condition right now to do so. We're not in a condition to do so. Like, obviously the timer has determined that this is time for rest. So we probably should take advantage of this before we decide to venture out over there. 2 hours away? Who knows? I mean,
Claire, who sets the timer? Who builds the schedules?
that's true.
Yeah, how do we
It's not
feel?
us on the ground.
Like in our minds, right? It's only been a few hours since we even landed here. So do we feel like we're tired? Like it's sleeping
Yeah,
time?
it feels like nighttime cycle
Okay.
to you, but yeah, you can definitely give yourself some stims and stay awake if that's what you want to do.
Oh, I got stims coming out of the wazoo, people. If you want to push through this,
She kind of
Was it
looks like wistfully at the little doodad that you gave her. It's like,
Is it an automated signal, or did you actually connect with did you actually connect with another member? Did you actually connect with another worker?
wasn't able to find out. I mean, I was just looking at the perimeter signals to check on the rock that seemed to be growing up into the pod, and I caught the signal from over the horizon. I mean, it was a distress beacon.
Can we try to establish contact? Like,
I
is
think
there
it was
a
clear that it
transmission I
was-
can call, or is it just a
It
one-way
was an
transmission?
automated beacon. Yeah.
Automated one-way beacon. Okay.
I mean, there might not be anybody there. It might have been activated. Who knows how long ago?
yeah, and Extraxa did nothing about that.
Well, they said no survivors, which we didn't even know about when we got here.
Yeah, Extraxa also says no survivors and they just leave people behind.
We can dial the grav down on these boots, right? We can turn a 2-hour walk into
Abound.
like a 90-minute, 80-minute bounce. Like we can get back and forth. We can get back and forth faster. We put some stims in us, we're moving even faster. What are we going to do? We're going to sleep while they might be out there?
No, I mean, if we have a
I
chance to
vote
do
we
it.
go now.
Oh, okay.
Cap, what do you think?
I'm gonna say that stims are going to add more risk and probably push dice to every roll.
Of course.
I mean, what are we doing here, right?
I know what I
are we
said.
doing here?
I know what I said.
Love it. Oh,
Yeah, Otto will still kind of reserve, like, whatever Skipjack says. He has a lot of respect for the leader, so he's going to back him up.
Claire's still
then.
thinking about the rock.
We'll make a quick run of it. I will suggest that we maintain caution. Now, my assumption is that we don't have anything not that it is going to make it look a difference in this game, but my guess is we don't have anything resembling weapons.
I mean, you have mining equipment. That's probably the closest.
Yeah. Victor, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had this idea that Victor, from being the kind of tunnel rat that he was, actually has basically like a little sawed off with just like rock salt shells. Not that many of them, but it's enough that he can, if he runs into like a giant rat or some sort of scuttler in some tunnel somewhere, that there's something that he can deal with it with. And maybe it's not to code on missions, but he probably in alignment with fuck the bosses tries to figure out a way to get it around.
I'm guessing it would be some kind of like jury rigged mining equipment that could kind of pass.
Yeah, basically.
Like, oh yeah,
So,
there's
like,
some blast caps in there, and yeah,
He smuggled
Exactly.
an extra personal item on board.
basically
Yeah.
in a few pieces. So, and like I'll express that. I'll say like, we don't have weapons, but I got blasting caps and something that never leaves my side. So
Carry them along. My take on this is that just because we are seeing indications of life does not mean that we are seeing indications of survivors, if you see what I mean.
100%.
all right. Yeah, so you can if you took your suits off inside, put it back on, and stim up and start making your way. You want to turn down your gravity to try and make a quicker bound of it.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh wow. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So you're able to kind of like bound across the landscape. And it's it still is kind of like undulating. You're kind of underlit by this purple glow. Every time you like leap and kind of land, there's this crackling noise, but there's something else underneath it when you kind of like impact and push off again. Almost like something kind of deep down was kind of shifting underneath as you're making your way there. But when it still takes like probably an hour-ish to get there. And you kind of come to a ridge. And when you all kind of make it there, you can see below there's another living pod similar to your own that is down there. It's seems like an older model, but still pretty close. Looks like it's been built up a little bit more. It's more of a permanent structure. Like if you stay here for a year, you definitely add on to it as you need. The thing that strikes you as soon as you see it, though, is that the pod is half buried in this violet rock. What do you do?
I think Claire will stop. I mean, she, or she's going to, like, hit her comm and then like say, that that's not natural. I need to check this. I need to do some readings on this right now.
Oh, whoa. Let me go with you if you're just plunging your way down there.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
I'm gonna turn to Skip and say, do you want to get inside?
Yeah. Is there a like a name of the team that I can observe on the side of the living pod, or it doesn't have to be a name necessarily, but like a number or a serial number of some kind, something that I can use if I send out a general signal on global communication so that anything with a transmission device in the area can pick it up. I would want to say, team G44, this is, Captain Sam from team G34.
Right.
That come in, anybody there, that kind of thing.
You don't immediately see anything like that. But there might be something inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to start prepping a couple of like shaped charges, like directional charges to once we can figure out where the door is to try to blast away some of the rock. I'm assuming that the way that it looks, some of the rock is probably growing. This is what Victor is anticipating, having to blast through rock to get into this place. So
yeah,
I'm prepping some charges to get ready to do that.
Great.
Victor, is that a low enough load that it's not going to?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I can tune it low so that we're just going to crack through the barrier. If there's anything left, I'll hit it with my hammer. Like, we'll get through, but I want to do this quick. We got to get in there and see who's around. We're good, Claire. We're good.
All right. I just want to make sure that the structure's not going to collapse within. That's the only thing I was concerned about.
Yeah.
And as you get closer, you can actually see that the pod has been built up to be 2 levels, but the lower level is completely encased in rock. Claire, did you want to do some analysis before we started blasting?
Yeah. If there's a way that she can use her simpler tools to take samples or crack samples, scoop sample, whatever the hell it is right now, then she will.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go ahead and roll those 3 dice.
Okay.
Nice. So let's make that change roll for starts.
Okay. Oh God, this is great. It's great. It's great.
Okay, hey, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
So, yeah. So this is definitely the same kind of rock that you were able to analyze around yours. It matches the clump of rock that's grown inside as well, with similar organic signatures in there. And you can, as you're running the analysis, when you extract a sample, you can actually see it when you zoom in. The crystalline structure is kind of growing rapidly when it's broken off.
The sample?
The sample, yeah. And there, you do still see the organic signatures that you saw, the compounds there. There's a larger deposit of organic material in there. Do a quick Google. um, yeah, and although again you have to kind of retune the like spectral analysis of the geological survey there to account for that, it appears to be keratin.
Keratin.
And
Like as in,
yeah, you like because you're like zoomed in looking at it from a mid
yeah.
level, and when you kind of pull back out, it's pretty clear that there is a human fingernail embedded in that rock. And I would like you to make a change roll.
Of course. I mean, horrified. 4.
Yep, that means it goes up to 4.
I think at this point she's like again, the horrified look is stuck on her face, and all
Mhm.
she can do right now is like turn her face slowly to Otto and point to the reading.
Yeah. What does Otto think?
Yeah. Um. Yeah, he just I think goes like wide-eyed. If he could do the glasses pull off move, he would, but he's got his helmet on. So yeah, I think I will make a change roll too,
That's a
actually,
good
since she's
call.
pointing it
Yeah.
out to him. And I am going up to 4.
Awesome. Along for
Neck
the
and
ride.
neck, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with you.
Damn. Damn.
So what's Claire's professional opinion about this fingernail embedded in the rock?
Awe of some sort? Because that shouldn't be.
Yeah, and you
In
hear
awe?
that like running water sound a little bit in your ears, like almost like a pressure in your ears.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're trying to blast some stuff.
Yeah, I'm just finding a door. I figure I know enough about the layout of these hubs
Mm-hmm.
that I'm sort of quick bouncing around it to try to figure out what's an entry point that looks like it doesn't have as much of this rock shit growing over it. And yeah, I'm gonna plant some charges and blast our way in there.
Cool. Let's roll those 3 dice. I think we're gonna do that.
So I think I probably will be pushing.
Oh yeah, you're definitely pushing. Those statements are pushing
Dimmed
for
out of
you.
your mind right now.
Yeah, so can I, there we go, 3d6 at once, no finishing touches.
All right. So you are not changing yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you describe placing the charges for me?
Yeah, so I'm figuring that the entranceway into these things is probably sort of a little bit airlocky, right? So it's like probably like doors that open like that, I'm gonna say. And the way that I'm thinking is I want to like I'm picturing the entranceway. I can see the seam of the door, but the rock is kind of growing like this. So I'm putting 2 of the charges kind of where the seam is, but pointing out this way to kind of blow enough of the material away from the seam to try to open that up a bit. And if that clears it, amazing. If that doesn't clear it, my hammer has a claw on the back of it, and I'll try to just brute force. These hatches do have like emergency opens, so I'm going to try to just brute force my way into it if I can get it cleared.
Yeah. And I think the way it looks from your perspective is placing those charges, stepping back and getting ready to blow them. And you hit the detonator. And nothing happens at first. And you look around to see like if something's wrong. And you notice the other 3 are moving very, very slowly. You you would think they're standing still at first, but they're in awkward positions to be standing still, for starters, which is odd. When you turn back to the charges, you see the rock actually growing over where you've placed them, and you get this kind of sense of vertigo a little bit,
I can
and then
sorry, I
go
can
ahead.
see the I can see the rock
You can
move.
see the rock kind of crystallizing over the charges,
Okay.
and you get the sense of vertigo, and then
Yeah.
time just slams back in, and the charges go off, and revealing an open door now underneath.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you feel you're like starting to itch again a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Doors open.
Yeah.
I feel like I should probably make a change roll for
Yeah,
that.
go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
The roll that I set, the change didn't have any effect, so I'm just going to kill these 2d6. Okay, so yes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So that puts me with my first change, so I'm now at 2.
Does Victor mention anything about this to the others?
No. I feel like at this point, I want to get the door open. I got the door
Mhm.
open.
Yeah, the door is wide open.
Right. Everybody else is sort of doing their own thing. I don't even know if I'm standing beside Claire and Otto at this point. I know we can communicate, but like I'm just really concentrating on getting essentially Skip and I into this hub. So I just shake that as like, I don't know, weird pre-concussion, or maybe this fucking shard in my leg is doing more, whatever. Otto can cut my leg off later.
Awesome. Yeah, and Skip, from your perspective, he sets the charges, blows it. He is an expert at this, and it went off without a hitch. And inside, you can see the corridor going to the hub of the tab unit there. What is the rest of you doing?
I'm gonna just to see what happens, put out a global transmission to anything that can pick up this transmission in the area.
Mhm.
This is Captain Sam, blah blah blah. We are responding to a distress beacon we detected approximately 1 hour ago coming from this location. Do you read me? And then I'll just wait.
Yeah, you don't get any response.
Yeah, Victor, there's no way there's surviving humans in this area. At this point, this is just a scientific interest mission, but there's no way. That being said, I'll still step inside.
Yeah, same. Is there power in the hub?
There doesn't seem to be power, but the corridor inside is illuminated because of the rock that is kind of built up, kind of like mold everywhere, creeping up the walls, basically like in every corner, every nook. So everything is illuminated with this purplish glow, this violet glow. There are rooms along the corridor that you can poke into. Yeah, you can explore at will. What are the other two doing right now?
Claire's looking at Otto's face. Again, not saying anything, just pointing at that damn reading and looking at him like, what the fuck? Literally.
Yep. He says the same thing back to you. He'll probably say it out loud though.
Yeah.
And if we notice that the hab is open,
Yeah.
then Otto will head that way, just in the interest of, if there are any bodies.
Right.
Not that he believes there would be at this point, but doing my job and all that.
Yeah,
Gotta
it's very
imagine you
clear
would have
that
heard
they
the
his
boom.
opened. Yeah,
And I
Felt the
think and I
concussion.
think and I think mechanically, I think this is where Claire will take the sample again and then, put it into one of her vials.
Yeah,
Uh,
collect them
to the
all.
scanner. Yeah. Collect them all.
Great. Tell me a little bit about how you are exploring. The hab is similar structures here, so it's not completely unfamiliar.
I'm going straight to the med bay. It like depending on what's in my way, but if I can get to the med bay, I feel like if people were here, that is the last place they would be before they maybe expired.
I think
So
since she's
the corridors are mostly clear, so you can go down them pretty easily. Sorry, go ahead.
I think as she's going in there, I think she's like, again, looking in wonder at this stuff. If there is no change between the way it looks outside and the way it looks inside, I'm gonna say it. I mean, like, she's probably still keeping in contact with it.
Mm.
Hopefully the suit is gloved and all this kind
Yeah.
of stuff. But I mean, she's keeping in contact with it as if she's like trying to get some sense of texture or some sense of like, what sponginess. I don't know, like something.
Yeah.
Just to try to get an idea of like why this isn't rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely still rock. It's just got this quality to it. It's still this crystal structure.
Right. So.
Yeah. So the med lab is it's kind of company standard. It looks very similar to yours. The equipment it looks like they're almost completely made of this violet rock. You can still see some of the original material where it hasn't completely covered it. But there is a rock feature hunched over one of the desks. I think I'd like you to make a 2-die roll, just one regular die and one change die.
Okay, just 2d6 with
Yeah.
a change die. That is a 5 on the changed die.
Cool. So you will be making a change roll after this, either way.
Yep.
As you approach this crystalline structure, it is pretty clear, very clear that it almost looks like a sculpture. It's definitely a body, or was a body, and probably medical personnel. The way they're kind of hunched over the desk or the lab counter. There's big cracks kind of running through the face down the torso. The features are really unclear, but this was definitely a person.
Yeah, I'd say that's enough to make a changed roll.
Yeah, make a change roll.
Not going up for the first
All right,
time.
cool.
Who'd have thought? I didn't roll a 5 or a 6.
And I think if you do a cursory scan here, there's also like a logbook, and it's also encrusted by rock. You're able to kind of like do a airdrop of it and get some files of it, and they are medical records. Dr. Cantor, who was the medical officer of this mission, and basically it's increasingly frantic reports of other miners from that expedition whose internal organs has started turning to rock.
Just for my own interest,
Mhm.
are these dated?
Um, yeah, that would be.
And if so, how long ago was
That's
this
a
dated?
really great question. Do I have the answer to that here? Yeah,
You know,
they're
we don't
dated.
mind if you make it really creepy.
They're dated about 10 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, he'll kind of beep out and fill people in on what's happening in the medical wing that he found a body, and depending on
Where are
what
the
everybody else does, might
yeah?
be pressing to come see.
Where are the rest of you exploring while that's happening?
I think I went to like the general mess hall.
Hmm.
As the sort of largest communal space in the pod, just in case people were deciding to sort of gather together.
Yeah, that's sort of central area. Also encrusted over with rock. Um, no bodies here though, but just everything here is just completely covered. It's like inside out geodes.
Um, Side note: how it how is my body? Like, how am I feeling?
I think your leg is bothering you again.
Okay, but I don't have any other besides that sort of like an ache.
No, just that sort of like
Maybe,
itching and kind of like
yep. Still no vertigo or no repeat of the vertigo.
soreness.
Nothing like that.
No.
Great.
What about Claire and Skip?
I'd like to see if I can find the quarters of the prior team lead to see if there are any notes or anything worth skipping through that way or
Yeah.
skimming through.
Yeah,
Rather.
absolutely. You know where the team lead quarters would be, and make a beeline there. How are you? How you're interacting with the rocks that are kind of crusting all the surfaces? Are you making sure not to keep contact? Are you
I am going
cautious?
to go out of my way not to touch them,
Great.
especially if Claire and Otto relayed the issue about the Oregon rocks. I forget if you did or not.
Yeah. And you do find the team leader's office. Team leader's name was Dad Singh, and lying in the pod of the team leader's quarter is the crystallized body that you can only assume is them. There is another logbook there. You can try to extract some of the files with the roll
Yeah,
if you would like.
100%.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 3 dice roll since team leader to team leader.
Yeah, and does that include a push?
Yeah, that doesn't include push.
Okay, yeah. We'll just assume I'm pushing at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same as you're pushing everything.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Okay.
Cool. Let's make that change roll right off.
Okay. Uh-oh.
5. That will bring
3.
you up. Yep, to 3. Cool. So yeah, the outside of the logbook is completely crusted over. You can get some information off of it. There are some routine entries dated like on the far end of 10 years ago. And yeah, it doesn't seem, the files don't seem to be in kind of standard Extraxa format.
Okay.
But yeah, you're not able to really extract much else than it is also old, and it's slightly weird format.
Okay.
What about Claire?
With your permission, it's like I think Claire's made it to the science lab.
Mhm.
Like they had to have had some kind of scientist for this team.
Yeah.
possibly even like the same configuration, maybe. And yeah, she's looking to see if there's any remains of the lab.
Yeah.
And she's again in her trance. I don't know what the hell you want to call it, but I mean, like, she's keeping her hand or one hand on the rock as she's making her way down, almost as
Yeah.
if like kind of guide, like she feels like it's guiding her to where she needs to go.
Yeah, and again, it is a similar layout, so you have a pretty good idea of where it's going to be. And as you travel down the corridor, it does feel like the corridor is much, much, much longer than it should be. And you find yourself kind of drifting a little bit. Maybe the stims have worn off just a little bit, or maybe they're affecting you weirdly. But you do feel kind of like floaty and dreamy as you're going there.
I think there's
Um,
like kind of like this doubling or tripling effect, like as she's, and that's another reason why she's kind of got to hold on to the wall
yeah,
and this rock regardless, because I mean, like, she feels like she's like trying to figure out which of these images is the right one to
yeah,
make her way down.
yeah. And the floaty feeling you're getting is really unsettling as well. Like the almost like the structure of the hallway is not really there anymore. You're just kind of propelling yourself along the corridor,
I
almost like
think
if
she's
you're in a
also,
spacewalk kind of.
yeah, I think almost too is like, as she's making her way down, she's also kind of like doing like a mechanical, like the practical part of her brain is thinking,
Mm,
maybe I should turn the dial on my grav boots
mm.
up. Like, so she's
Ooh,
trying to make her way down, like she's trying to bend down and like trying to like,
yeah.
adjust the boots.
Hmm.
I don't know if she's making it though. She's
Yeah.
like,
Let's make a change roll for you.
okay, wish me
Yeah,
luck.
that'd be fine. Yeah, and you get this impression. I think it's almost like you kind of snap back suddenly. You're about halfway down the hallway, and you find it really difficult to move. And you check, and you've kind of um, dialed your boots up to like fix me here on the hull of the ship so I don't drift away setting.
Yeah.
Um, and I think once you like realize like, oh, I've got myself stuck, the a everything starts to feel more like, okay, I'm good here. You would have to turn the gravity back to normal to walk away. And I think
Sure.
as you do, you notice that a little bit of the crystal has crept up just a little bit onto the soles of your boots. But otherwise, you can make it to the science lab for sure.
Yeah. She keeps
Uh,
moving after seeing that.
yeah. The science labs are kind of the same way I described the medical labs. Uh, Equipment crusted over. There's no bodies here that you can see. You can try to extract some logs if you want.
Yeah.
And we can make this I think this is gonna be a 2-die roll. One of them's gonna be the change die.
Yeah.
All right, you did it. Great. And you're able to get a lot of information on this.
Mhm.
The records of the science team are meticulous. Um, you don't recognize any of the names, but you appreciate their work. And it seems like there were a few science personnel on this mission. They describe kind of the day to day of the early few days of the mission, the mining analysis, kind of confirming what you've seen already. And as the days go on, uh, the reports include increasing numbers of accidents from the mining team. Lots of falls, lots of scrapes and bruises, people wandering off. until eventually the last several entries are mostly descriptions of body parts turning to stone and crew members being completely consumed in their sleep pods or sitting down too long, basically.
I think I need to change role.
Yeah. You also are able to find company records that tell you a couple things. The kind of the signatures of this file say that this was a mining company called ECS that was, as you kind of cross-reference, was bought by Extressa a while back. They also include logs that they have dug up of other mining missions on other asteroids that have also disappeared with no survivors. And as you're kind of reading through all these, you realize that you've been kind of still for a moment. And although like nothing is happening to you, you definitely get this the feeling that like this is going to happen to you. That existential dread of everything here is going to be consuming me. Let's see that change roll. Nice.
Yeah, I think it's that she's reading through these things. It's kind of like this, like, you know, the camera's like seeing the time, like the slow time lapse shift of seeing this, and she just screams
Mm-hmm.
and backs away out of this place, like, you know, going running for anybody. She's screaming for Victor. She's screaming for Otto. She's screaming for Sam.
Yeah, and you hear
And
the
she's bringing
crystal,
she's bringing the stuff with her. Yeah.
yeah, you hear the crystalline ground like crunch underneath your feet as you're doing that.
Claire, what the hell is happening over there?
Records. This has happened before. They all got turned to stone. Look, all of it's here. And not just this pod, but before this pod. Before. This has happened before.
What the hell are they doing sending humans over and over? What the hell else is there to learn about the place by doing the same damn thing over and over? Shit.
You know about the definition of insanity?
Yeah.
We need to get out of here.
I was gonna say I think it's about time I call in for some kind of evac, but God knows they're gonna say, "Oh well, sure, we'll get there," and then a year later, because of the time effect.
Victor, where were you looking around while they were exploring?
So I started in the mess hall, right? And then that was empty. And then I think I probably went to like the like drilling and mining ops, right? Like whatever serves as like the work area of the pod.
Yeah.
You know, where the equipment is stored. And I was looking to see like, what's the state of it? Is there much use?
Mhm.
Are there records of are there work records?
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so there's a few things in the mining and like geological area there. This seems to be the most crusted over place. You can check to see if you can grab any logs out of there. One of the things that does stand out to you immediately, however, is that it looks like someone has used some of the mining equipment to drill a shaft through the floor to the lower level of the hab, because you were only able to get into the second level there. And you know, there's the violet glow of the rocks beneath. There's also you kind of feel it through your suit more than you hear it, but there's like a almost like a murmuring, like some maybe it's like the HVAC or something, just like sort of
Mhm.
whistling almost. But you can roll to extract some records first if you want to, or you can
Yeah, that'll be
get
2.
out of here. Yeah, that'll be two, and one will be a change die.
Fudge. There we go.
Perfect. Yeah. You again, ECS is all over these. So you know this was a company that was
Mhm.
bought by Stressa.
Mhm.
There is again kind of similar day-to-day mining things, just report logs of accidents. And then there's a log that says that they have opened up, they have broken through, and there's a quarry nearby that they have been successfully mining in, and they record an accident there. The uh, lead, Singh, attempted a rescue. It seems like there was a cave in or something, and several employees were trapped there, and he was unable to successfully rescue them.
Corey's nearby.
Or he's nearby. Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm not in the physical proximity to anybody else, I'm going to go on comms and relay that information.
Mhm.
And I'm going to report. They drilled a hole through the floor here. It looks like down into the lower level. Seems like it's a little bit more flush with this knot rock. I'm gonna I'm gonna just pop my head in and see what I can see.
What if that point, like, that's when Claire starts screaming into the
Yeah.
comm and down the hall?
Right. If I put in a call, can I from my current position put in a call to HQ, or do I need to do that from our pod?
You can put in a call. If you do, the connection is unreliable. It's not. You're not able to get a clear connection. You can keep trying. You can keep that line open though.
Okay. Is it? Can I at least make a stable? Well, maybe not a stable connection, but can I get through to them though?
Not yet. Yeah. You can't-
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's something going on.
Uh-huh.
It's not syncing.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna go down to the first level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tunnel. It's all of a sudden it's like this is more.
Yeah, it's more
This is more
hallways
my
in the
speed.
lower level there. Yeah, but it does have that tunneling feel. And as you're able to lower yourself down pretty easily. And as you drop down onto the floor below, uh, the crystalline rock underneath you, cracks start to appear in it as you drop down.
Mhm.
It's pretty clear that your movements are disturbing it somehow.
Mhm.
Rocks, still all over the walls. It feels like they've grown in a little bit more. It's a little bit tighter and a little bit more claustrophobic. And that sound, like you swear you can actually hear it now. It's more like almost like a murmuring. But this
Mhm.
is, clearly like whereas the upper level was more of a work area. This is clearly more like the living levels where most of the miners were living and
Mhm.
sleeping.
Mhm.
What are the rest of you doing while he drops down there?
If I heard Claire scream, I'm gonna like kind of run towards wherever her position is, probably.
Mhm.
I mean, I think she had found she had found Sam first, and then she's showing him the records and
Right.
like, saying what she was saying, and maybe you come in like at the tag end of that auto, and then you hear her saying it's like, this happened before, even before this pod, and it looks like even before that too. Logs that they found. still here.
Well, that paints a pretty fucking clear picture, I guess. What's going on here? What are we, just some kind of like science experiment? Food?
She looks at Sam. They're not coming back for us, are they?
I can't get through to them. So I'm thinking, we essentially have two options. We can either drill, well, three options really. We can either follow Victor, see what's in the area they've drilled. We could go back to our location, drill our own hole. We could look at the quarry. Either way, it
the
seems
quarry
like
might be a
it's
good spot.
either way is going to be a biological. I mean, biohazard doesn't begin to describe what we're literally seeped in right now.
Damned if you do.
But
Skip,
those are the
Skip,
options as I read it.
I know you said you can't get a signal out from here, but could you get a signal? It's more of a chance of getting a signal out from our pod,
Maybe.
like boosted by that equipment, not just your suit comm.
Yeah, that would be the way to do it. We have the subspace radio back at the pod.
Yeah, I mean, I can poke around in here. I can pop out of this hole now, and we can all bounce back to the pod. Now that we know there's nobody here, we don't need to worry about initiating a rescue for anybody other than us.
You do as you're talking, the murmuring does sound human, like it's coming from, it's not a
Yeah.
voice, but it's some low murmuring.
Is there Atmo in this pod?
No, there's not.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to find a section of wall or floor that doesn't have this rock stuff grown over top of it, and actually try to like rest the glass of my visor against the surface to see if that can help me with hearing anything.
Yeah.
And like yawn at the same time to like open up my ears, try to get that kind of vibration, like just really trying to like, I'm so used to spending time in the dark where there's no light, and so I know how to try to get more of a sense of what's happening. So I'm trying to do that
I love it.
through this annoying suit.
Roll 2 dice for me.
Okay. 2 and 2.
Perfect. Yeah. So you do find the patches that are not covered are few and far between.
Mm-hmm.
You have rest your forehead and lean over to try and get that. And the murmuring is still there, kind of as a undercurrent.
Mm-hmm.
You can also pick up sounds that very much sound like breathing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And kind of settle into like hearing that like very slow in, out, in, out. And they're not quite voices. It's almost someone's trying to make noises with their mouth, even if their throat is maybe closed up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it's this very, very low frequency, and you just barely on the edge of making out a word, and you open your eyes, and in the rock that is in the wall right next to you, there's a human face with its mouth open. clearly human. Make a change roll for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that'll take up to 3.
Yeah, I'm up to 3.
And all of you are up to 3 and eligible for memory deletion.
Okay.
How do we do that again?
By removing parts of your memory and or body that are you want to remove.
So I want to be clear what I'm seeing here. It's like a face made out of the rock, or
Mhm.
a f-
Yeah, it's
or a
almost like-
face that's
Inside the rock, kind of.
slightly underneath the surface.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to take off my glove, take off my suit glove, and touch the rock where the face is.
Amazing. Do you have an intention behind that?
I think there's probably still a sense of maybe this is a survivor who's buried.
Mhm.
But honestly, I think at this point, there's something else that's it's an unknowable instinct that's speaking to something deep in Victor because of all the times that he spent in dark tunnels.
Fantastic. Make a change roll for me.
What am I at now? I'm at 3. Maintains.
You feel that kind of vertigo feeling again,
Mhm.
almost as if time is slowing down for you, and you can almost just barely perceive the mouth on this face moving, but it's almost as if like they have time is passing much slowly for them than it is for you. And I think it takes a moment. You feel again, you kind of feel stuck there.
Mhm.
It's frozen, unchanging for a moment before it kind of pops back. The face is static again,
Mhm.
but it's still got that kind of pained look on its face. It's trying to almost if it's in the middle of trying to say something.
Do you say anything, or do you like shout or anything?
I don't shout, but I do say, uh, I say, I think there's someone in the wall down here. How long has it been since you last heard from me?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, if he says there's somebody in the wall, I think that I would definitely make my way down there.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think Claire would hesitate, but then follow everybody else down.
You can get to where Victor is pretty easily. Lower yourself down. And surveying the area, you can definitely see that there are human features embedded in the rock. Not connected to or forming a person, but buried inside the rock. A hand, lower leg, another face looking out, and you can all hear this kind of low murmuring breathing sound from all around.
And it's from all
think-
around.
Yeah, it's from all
Oh, boy.
around.
Oh boy.
I think when you all
Oh.
dropped in, when you all
Oh.
dropped down into the lower level, you you all saw that I took my glove off.
I think I need
Right.
to get a change roll from everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she sees that, and then Claire's like, yelling at you, Victor, what did you do? Why did you take off your glove? 4. Okay.
Safe for now.
Yeah.
Safe for now.
Yeah, I think Otto with even more authority is like, put your damn glove back on. Don't be, there's no atmosphere in here. Don't take your gloves off. Are you kidding me? And that's a 1.
Alright.
I'm okay.
Amazingly enough.
Yeah.
God.
I'm angry, but I'm okay.
Right. I think just seeing that, like, out of fear, like, maybe it's like scared Claire into realizing it's like, what the hell?
I think maybe Claire like maybe take a step back. And it's almost a jump scare. You turn around and there's actually a hand coming out of the rock that's encrusted over. You like kind of turn and see it there, and there's a network of fissures kind of appears where it hits the wall, and it just cracks and falls off and shatters.
Into just more crystals.
Yeah.
She will, as usual, she'll dig into her bag, dig out some vials, and take some samples.
Yeah.
God dang it.
So these human-like features that are this here or there, are they like, if we look at them for a minute, are they like moving with kind of the shuddering at all?
You can almost convince yourself that you can see them moving very, 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 like, almost imperceptibly slowly.
Claire will whisper to herself, it's like the dripping of limestone. Or the building of coral. And yeah, she's collecting her samples. Almost mechanically, because this is what she does.
Yeah, Otto's given the face a little bit of a Star Trek sweep with his scanner.
Let's get a roll from that. Let's do 3 dice there.
3.
Yeah. You do detect like human life signs from it.
Is this
and
a
I think
lot more like human than the normal rock that we looked at, I assume?
Yeah,
Like it's reading a lot more human.
And I
It's
think
more
the life
human?
signs match up with the life signs that you're reading from the initial finding.
So
beacon.
this is this is what we are reading from the beacon. It's these things. These people? I don't know.
So that means that at the risk of sounding absolutely crazy, did this thing know we had arrived? Did it detect us somehow and then it sent out the distress beacon? I mean, this thing has to be literally biologically networked into the ship. I mean, this whole rock can count as just one organism. It's like fungus. It's it's just a giant network.
Or skin. Skin.
It could have been sending out the beacon before we landed, right? We only found out about it when Claire did the scan. It's not it might have be, you know what I mean? Like it might have been going this whole time and the fucking company didn't tell us.
Yeah.
We know they're not telling us stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why? I mean, what is to gain by sending these people, us, here, gathering samples and doing the mining to do what?
Well,
and especially if they're not bringing them back.
We send them all our info, and then they don't have to pay our contracts. Seems pretty fucking simple to me.
And we don't know that they're not bringing them back, Claire. We know that we're here, and maybe they're not going to come pick us up, but we don't know that they haven't been scooped. We don't know.
Oh my God.
We don't know how many of this stuff they've actually physically scooped as a sample. We don't know.
Oh my God. We've been feeding them data. I mean, there's valuable minerals and stone here in the samples. It's just when they mutate or change into these creatures that we becomes more organic. What are they doing with it?
So our people stuck in this fucking rock.
Yeah, sure as shit. Don't see any suits down here. That's for sure.
No. Well, what do we do now? I mean,
We stopped sending data, number one.
I think we need to get the fuck out of here so Skip can try to talk to Extraxa and get some bullshit answer from them for them to say that we can't leave for a year.
Yeah, back to the pod, back to ours.
yeah.
Yeah, if it's still there, yes.
There's got to be there.
We weren't gone that long. It should be fine, right? Right?
I just need to find a way to get off of this thing. If we're relying on them, then we're screwed. But
Let's get back to our pod and see what we can do with our equipment. What we have. I don't think any of this stuff is really usable right now in the condition that it's in.
no.
But I will
Well,
bring back these logs, and she holds up like all the books that she collected from the lab. I can look at their notes.
we're walking
I wanna-
around on some kind of
Yeah.
intelligent or otherwise organism that is trying to just assimilate everything it comes into contact with in order to propagate itself.
Yeah, and it's best to assume that, I mean, I'm sure everybody's thinking it. I'll say it. This whole fucking rock is like one big thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Otto, how long do you figure I could have my suit open in this Atmo before getting some damage to my leg?
In zero Atmo, I would say fucking none. Do not remove your fucking suit at all. Let's wait till we get back to the hab.
Okay.
I don't want your fucking leg to freeze off. You know what I mean? I'm happy to help.
I do. I'm just, we're talking about whatever this stuff comes in contact with.
Yes, the first thing I'm thinking about is your leg too. But I mean, maybe you'll have to lose it anyway. But that's why they say I don't have the best bedside manner. We'll check when we get back to the hab.
All right. I'm going to make a point of going through the room that's just up from here, like the mining room. I want to see if I can grab, like, if there's a backpack and any number of blasting charges that I can get. Like, I want to just to try to like supply up, basically, because I know at our pod we have a limited amount of resources, and so I want to make sure that I'm getting as much as I can possibly carry from this place to bring with.
Let's make a roll for that. Just 2 dice.
2 dice. Gonna add another d6. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're able to find some. Probably about the same amount that you have at your pod. You are able to kind of connect with the manifest and see that a lot more of it has been used at the quarry.
Yeah.
Before.
Whatever I can get at this point. Like, I'm also thinking I may have to blast our way into our pod if we get there and the growth is fast. So
Let's get back
Cool.
then.
Awesome. Are you all good going a little bit over?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool. let's take 5 again then,
Okay.
and get back to the pod, and
Alrighty.
we'll see what happens next.
Sure. This is giving me all the feels of space horror. Yay!
Yeah, we're all gonna die.
I know, it's so great.
Yeah, I was reading the rules for Cthulhu Dark
Mhm,
earlier today as well, and one of the things that is interesting in that game that I don't know is present in this one
mhm.
is the failure die. Um, I don't know. Have you played Cthulhu Dark?
I did. I did. It was like a mini series of where we did like the scenario Secret of Castro Negro, and
Hmm.
I don't remember the failure die. How did that work?
It's like so the way that the mechanics work, right, is that it's like if you roll a 1 to 3, you get the
Mhm.
minimum,
Yeah.
and then 4, 5, 6 are like graduated degrees of success.
Yes.
So the failure die is like if somebody else in the party thinks it would be interesting for your character to fail,
Oh
they
yes.
can
Yes.
roll the dice to see if
Yep.
you fail. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a mechanic in this game or not, but
I don't know either,
um,
but I mean, like it's interesting because I think that was only used a couple of times, and it was like a 3 shot. So I mean, like I don't remember if we had done it. Um,
mhm,
I know, I know our keeper had invoked it like at least a couple
mhm,
of times, which was fine. I mean, because we were expecting him to.
mhm,
But
mhm,
yeah, I mean, like the ending for that game was so fucking awesome.
mm.
I mean, it's actually on YouTube on Jason Cordova's channel if you're
Oh, I'll
interested
look
in
it up.
watching it. But yeah, that was an amazing game. I mean, like you want to talk about getting creeped out and shit. Holy
Mhm.
cow, that was an amazing experience because my character went pretty much like click 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 up the roller coaster, and as soon as it started hitting like rock bottom, whoosh,
Right.
and it was I think I mean it was one of those
Yeah, that's
endings
fun
that you
times.
totally see in like in an A24 type of thing,
Love it.
Nice.
and it was like spectacular. I don't like Billy, did you watch our playthrough of Secret of Castro Negro
Um, I
on
listened
Jason's
to
channel?
it. I listened to
Yeah.
it on Jason's channel. Yeah, it was. I love that adventure. It's so good.
Mm.
Yeah. No, I mean like so like our playthrough was just wow, that was fucking wackadoodle.
Yes.
If I
Yeah.
can if I can pull it up before the end, I will post it in our chat because
Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
that was so much fun. I was like,
Yeah. It really. I just sat down on my computer when you were talking about the up and then crashing down.
mhm.
That's exactly how I would frame it too.
Yeah, that was that yeah, again, so goddamn amazing. Oh my gosh.
Uh, Mark, I was wondering
Yeah.
about because I was reading Cthulhu Dark this
Mhm.
morning, and I realized I'm curious if this system has the failure dice mechanic.
It does. Yeah.
Cool.
Which I have not
Does
mentioned
he
or
have playtest
used.
stuff up or?
This is on his Patreon. So
Oh, okay.
if you're on that, there's some stuff up.
Sweet.
Yeah, totally worth it. Cool. So you are able to make it back to your living pod without incident. It's still only slightly sunken in to the rock. You're able to get in. Doesn't seem to be any further intrusion or anything. The lights are still low for your sleep cycle, but you can do what you like. So, what would y'all like to do next?
And just to be clear, we don't need to blast our way. Like the
Yeah,
we have
everything's
access clear. Okay.
yeah. Everything seems to be
Um,
fine.
I think Otto will just be, even though he knows that we're gonna get jack shit out of it, he's kind of looking to skip to send the transmission just to hear
Yeah.
what fucking
Mm.
excuse they got, huh?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get back on the comms and see what they have to say.
Yeah. Again, you try to make a connection. Before it seemed like maybe it wasn't syncing right. Now it just seems like they are 100% out of range. They should have still been within comms range for another week at least, but seems like they are. It's not even connecting at all.
They've abandoned us, folks. I'm not getting through to anyone, and they're not even in range as far as I can tell.
Yeah, you just through his comm, you just hear like a bunch of medical equipment clanging.
yeah.
Is there anything we can do to shuttle? To I don't know. Get propulsion? I mean,
Oh, the shuttle dropped you off and went back to
oh,
the ship. Yeah, you were
shit.
left here.
I was trying to
Yep.
think of the same thing. Like, could we seal the hab and like, you know, reinforce the bottom of it, detonate something underneath of us to just break, to break gravity, like to get up the well from this, because the gravity's pretty light, but we don't have the we just don't have the gear.
No.
Oh, I did I did want to ask if that little cluster has grown at all since we've been gone and come back.
Yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Hmm.
Okay.
She
Take note.
checks she checks the samples in her bag.
Hmm. Yeah, the samples that you have seem to be pretty stable.
Otto, you want to check the sample in my leg?
I would be more than happy to give it a look see before bed.
Let's yeah. I also am. I feel like I feel like at this point too, just in sort of like the reality of the game, we not only were stimmed, but we were also like adrenaline spiked just naturally.
Yeah.
So the come down right now is going to be really super wicked, right? So
Yeah.
I'm feeling like take a look at my leg and then fucking dope me, like put me out.
Yeah, I mean, Claire's already like she still has that shot.
I would be very careful about sleeping in your pods.
What do you
But
propose
shall
we
we
do,
gather around
Sam?
the campfire in the general spot of the hab?
I mean,
Could be safe. I might sound
Look,
like a dick, but I actually mean it. Should we all
no,
sleep in one?
I like the idea of sleeping communal. Like let's all choose that. Let's just bunk up in the mess.
okay.
Reinforce the doors. We can sleep in shifts, but I want to make sure that I'm safe.
Oh yeah. Let's check the leg.
Let's make three dice roll.
3d6. 6
Ooh.
light.
Yeah. So it looks like you didn't get it all out. The wound still has rock in it. It looks like it's kind of fused with the skin and muscle. You would have to take a lot more off to
Oh,
extract.
Victor. Cauterize it? I mean,
Well, I'll obviously inform him. I mean, I could probably just show him, just show him a projector in front of him
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the camera attached
Or
to the
just
light.
look back over there. It's significant.
Yeah. And yeah, Cap, you're gonna want to come look at this, please.
What's the update?
We got a lot more rocks in the tissue. It looks like it's fusing kind of down into the muscle.
How far is it spread?
Right now it's pretty localized, but I mean, I could have missed some earlier, but I really don't think I did. I mean, if I did, it must have been a minuscule amount, which means this stuff can just reproduce, replicate, take over.
Yep, propagating itself.
it's feeding off of his. It has to be feeding off of his bodily fluid. Something.
How's his heart rate? Is it? I mean, even after the stim, is it still low?
Even after the stem is still very low.
Victor,
Okay.
it's ultimately your decision, but if you want to survive, my recommendation is that you amputate that.
I had
Otto,
an
what do you
uncle.
think?
I had an uncle, spent a lot of time in mines. Some point down the road, started coughing up blood. They brought him in, they scanned him out. Cancer in his gut, right? Cancer in his gut and his kidneys. Okay. Caught it early. Removed some hunks. He was fine. A couple years later, speech started slurring, confusion in his words, tremors. That shit was from his brain into his foot. You can't amputate this. We can't say that an amputation's gonna, this shit's in me. It's how this fucking works. So you can dope me, put me out, you can put me in another room. We can keep in touch. I've been experiencing some, I don't know, time slowing. I was hearing voices down, like I'm just put me in another room, Cap. Put me in another room.
Well, Victor, as long as you are accepting that you are pretty much compromised, that gives you the ability to enter hot zones that the rest of us might not be willing to go to.
And Otto,
Every tunnel's
as he's saying
every
this,
tunnel's
like,
every tunnel.
you feel like you've taken enough precautions, but you definitely like do get this feeling like you're all gonna die here, just encased in this rock.
Is that you telling me to make a change roll?
That is me telling you to make a change roll,
Okay, I could do that. I'm okay with dying.
and you're
That's
fine
all
with
right.
that.
I assume I should do the same.
Yeah, let's have you do it too.
I mean, are
think
we all
that-
here hearing this? Or are we?
I think that Otto's is coming from like a place of
Oh yeah.
the fucking business. You know what I mean? Left me
Mhm.
for dead. Fuck them. That kind of thing.
Yeah, Victor goes up to 4 as well.
I'm now at 4.
You will get doped up pretty soon. I could probably also give you stuff for trying to reduce that if you'd like.
I mean, I think what Skip is saying is more apt here, right? If I'm exposed and all y'all aren't, let's just keep some distance. We can be working towards the same thing, whatever that ends up meaning. But there's no point in making me a threat to you three. Just put me in another room. Let me go back to the other hab. I could be poking around in there, seeing if I can find anything else out.
So with my 6 mark, could I
Mhm.
like I'm sorry, could I clean up kind of what's there a little bit like I did before and just
Yeah.
kind of gauze it up, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff? I'll clean
Hit
them
with
up.
gauze.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
clean them up like to the best of my
Mhm.
ability.
Yeah, and you're
And
gonna
I'll-
have to take like
I'll
a
shrug.
hot dog sized chunk out of his calf.
Oh well. We got the tech for that. That's all right.
It's the future.
Is that gonna fuck up my walking?
A little bit, not mechanically necessarily, but
Okay.
we'll get there.
Right. If it was gonna fuck up too much, Victor would probably just say don't bother.
Mhm.
So I'll check you again after maybe
Yeah.
we sleep or something, and then if I
Yeah.
have to do it again, then maybe we could just say, then you'd really be hobbling around. So we'll make
Yeah.
that decision tomorrow.
Where do you
And I
put
j-
this thing?
Oh, I've got like a specimen thing I can keep. I'm sure some kind of sealed jar.
I mean, I'm just curious. Like it's mostly rock. Is that what it is? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, Jesus. Just for funsies. I mean, she's going to like slowly bring up the portable scanner, like to kind of, you know, scan it
Mhm.
as Otto puts it in the box. You want me to roll for this?
Yeah, let's get another roll. 3 dice. 3 dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey Claire, who'd have thought when I was telling you to stop picking up rocks that our professions would come so close together?
Couple 5s. Yeah.
I wasn't hoping it was going to be this close, Otto.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get that scan. It the rock of course matches up with everything that you've seen so far, and it seems to have merged and encased the tissue that's been removed. And I think as you're scanning it, it syncs up with the readings that you and the reports that you got from the other living pod, and you get the little like processing for a second, and your expert medical opinion, kind of putting those two together, suggests that once the rock enters the body, there's no cure. Do you share that?
Yeah.
And I think this is where you get a change roll as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she really was not hoping that Otto's profession and my profession would intersect. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. What happens at 5?
One more will take you over the edge. You
Yep.
can definitely take those neural analgesics if you'd like to exercise some memories.
Yeah, definitely going to be taking some serious analgesic.
Cool. Describe your sleeping situation for me.
Aren't we all kind of in the central hub of the
Yeah,
wheel and spokes?
Sure. Yeah. We're
Including me. I think I'm sleeping in
No,
mining ops.
you need to quarantine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sleeping in mining ops. I've asked Otto to like give me like like if it's possible to give me a timed sedative to just like put me out for 4 to 6 hours. But like I don't want to think, I don't want to dream, like just like turn me the fuck off for that amount of time.
I got just the thing.
I think removing that chunk of rock, that'll give you a change recovery roll. If you want to roll d6 for that, a 4 or lower will take your change down.
Okay.
There you go, back down to 3.
nice.
Anyone who would like to take memories out of their heads
Mm-hmm.
may do so. Make a roll, and if it meets or is under your current changed,
All right.
tell
I'm
me
definitely.
what memories you're losing.
Yeah, definitely. As Claire is like shooting the analgesic, you know, uh, she is thinking about that molten rock. And kind of like, kind of reverse engineering it, like, how it must have been when it was magma flowing and then just shaping and all this kind of stuff. And as she like sinks into like the analgesic oblivion, she's just kind of like letting that go. It's like
Yeah.
it's just that memory's falling into darkness.
Awesome.
Hopefully.
There you go.
Okay, cool.
Everyone else okay with where you're at?
Yeah. I feel like at least one or two people need to remember what's going on.
Yeah, I'll if I can sleep, I know we're doing shifts or whatnot. I think that he'll probably take something.
Yeah.
And he's gonna do his best to put out the thought of when they were in that tunnel, when it was, I'm just gonna say breathing for lack of a better term, around them. And I will roll 1d6.
That'll do it. I'll take you down. Yeah, and so as you all go to sleep in your shifts, and you dream while you're asleep. I think each of your dreams is relatively are kind of similar. Uh, Time kind of slows. You kind of get a zoom out to the asteroid, kind of like hours turn into weeks, turn into years, turn into thousands of years, and you can. It's almost like a follow shot. Kind of feel the asteroid moving through space. Kind of feel the gentle tugs as it passes other celestial bodies over the millennia. Um, you kind of get that feeling inside, like you are being pulled. I think Claire gets that like you definitely in your dream feel that uncomfortable floating in the vastness of space. You're able, like the sense goes away from the asteroid, pulls out more, and you just get that sense of immensity. That's very uncomfortable for you.
I feel like that's just like kind of reaching into her fear.
Yeah.
She's not grounded. She's floating in this darkness. And I think Hmm. In space, no one can hear you scream, but she's gonna try anyway.
I think Skipjack, in your dream, you're experiencing these things as well, and you're also, as time kind of dilates, you see more and more missions land on the asteroid. It's unclear whether they're past or future. It's a dream.
Right.
And like every time someone lands, you get that feeling of you want to warn them, you want to stop the the ship that drops them off from leaving them.
Right.
And
Right.
every time, like the transformations are almost instant on the scale that you're looking at, and you're just like, there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Right.
And Victor, you're in space. You get the realization that you're just kind of floating there. You don't have your suit on. You don't have your EVA or anything on, and you start to feel like you can't breathe, like you're gasping for air. None is coming in that uh, in that dream. Uh, you open your eyes to the darkness of the pod, and you realize that you still can't breathe. You feel something rough and scratchy in your throat. You can just barely get just a little bit of air in. And like you put your hand to your face and you feel something hard, jagged, uh, covering your mouth and nose in your throat. Um, make a change roll for starters.
All right. So currently I am at 3. Okay. Up.
Yeah, and I think that it takes a minute to realize that you're not dreaming anymore, that you're in the pod
Yeah.
and you can't breathe there. What do you do?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is look around the pod to see if I have like some kind of like a mask or like a rebreather, like if I was working with mining stuff and there was a lot of like rock dust in the air. If it was regular rock dust, right, that I'd want to have some kind of an oxygen mask that would keep on feeding me like clean O2 while I was working.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to see if I can put that on and like dial up the O2 mix to try to compensate.
And I think it's so blocked up that oxygen is just not getting through.
Okay. So then I think I'm going to, I'm not sleeping in my suit, so I'm going to walk over to like a wall panel and I'm going to radio skip. And I'm going to essentially through, I don't know what what the voice sounds like at this point, but
you're just like, oh,
yeah. Can I make words?
Probably too muffled to understand.
Okay. I think it's like this. It's I guess I gotta. So like I radio skip and I just say, skip, come to the door. Come to the door.
You're starting to feel lightheaded. Like you're
Yeah, no,
Mhm.
I'll
really
go.
struggling.
Okay. I think uh I keep the door closed, but try to figure out if there's like a terminal, right? So I can type something.
Yeah, you can definitely like.
Yeah, okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is like when I see Skip arrive to the door, I'm gonna like point to this, right? And then type out um uh I'm done. Bet they'll come back for me.
As you're kind of casting around, like the panic is starting to set in, lack of
Mhm.
oxygen.
Mhm.
You're sleeping in the mining equipment area.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is mining equipment around. Skip, what do you do?
Victor, what do you want us to do?
I think Victor types out save yourselves, but don't let them win. And
Can you show
don't
me how to
open
use
this
your
door.
explosive charges? Yeah.
Nods.
Provide me with instructions. We'll make sure that they don't get anything out of this.
Great. I'm going to start as simply as possible with whatever brain I have left. Just sort of type out like the not only like basic detonation principles, but being able to make like how to make something more shaped, what to avoid. And I feel like as I'm typing this, I feel like my vision is probably getting a little fractal.
Yeah.
As like crystals are growing like kind of inside my eyes more, so it's getting harder for me. So there's like, more spelling mistakes, that sort of thing. And then I think probably the last thing that I'll try to do before like my whole body locks up is like get as far away from the door as possible before I stop being able to move.
Yeah, let's make a roll with 2 dice. One regular die, one changed. Okay.
4 and a 3.
Yeah, you are able to get away from the door. You're able to transmit all that information over. And your vision is very tunneled and distorted. And you realize that you haven't felt a breath into your lungs for several minutes, but you're still conscious. And you can still kind of move around.
Interesting. Okay.
Claire and Otto, what did you do when
Yeah.
Skipjack left? Or did you hear this? Did you
I
this
think
conversation?
she's still doped up from the analgesic, but I mean, like she might have stirred out of her dream screaming, but it didn't come out like that. Like maybe it was like a silent scream in real life, but by then I think Skipjack's already gone to the door of the mining ops. So she didn't see where he went. I don't know if Otto's still sleeping.
Yeah, my first thought was that he was still asleep. But maybe rolls over, starts stirring from his dream. And the first thing he's gonna do when he kind of groggily wakes up is check Victor's like readout. You know what I mean? He's got everybody on his on his pad, so he's
Yeah.
gonna check signs because I don't think he heard the conversation. He just
Yeah.
knows that Skipjack isn't here.
Sure.
Let's get 2 dice. I think one regular die and profession die.
The
Great.
5.
Yeah. His breathing and life signs have all but stopped, not dead, not flatlined, but very, very low. You also, as you're looking at that, you have everyone's vitals up. Everyone's heart rate seems very low as well. Not as low as his, but
Yeah, when he kind
kind
of
of where he
sees,
was earlier.
yeah, when he sees that, he's gonna kind of like roll over. You know, he's kind of a big dude, so and he gets up and he'll run towards the mining section and run into the captain and see what's going on.
Yeah, I do see Victor rock faced casting around inside.
Yeah, it's so.
I think that's when the
Yep.
headlights pop on.
I'm
like
I'm also
daytime.
gonna
Mm.
I'm also gonna call for my own change roll on seeing him. Like he kind of figured that this is where it was heading, right? But still seeing one of your buddies like that.
Yeah,
Oh, well, it's 1. You know, that's okay.
see
He
worse.
saw where it was going. And he's going to show the readout to Skipjack and silently point to everybody's their pulse.
Everyone feels fine. Like
Yeah.
if you hit your pulse, it feels normal-ish. It's hard to tell. What do y'all do?
Well, I guess it depends on if we want our last little bit of time on this rock to be in service to Extraxa or not.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We're going to blow this place apart. It's at one point or another. Is there anything that either of you still want to do?
Yeah, I think Claire trailed behind Otto as he makes his way to the mining ops and hears this, and she just kind of shakes her head and huddles in the blanket and says, "All I wanted to do was collect rocks. I didn't think that I was going to be one of them by the end of this. So no,
Let's get a change roll for that.
sure." Of course.
And Victor, you are still conscious.
I just can't move, right?
You can still move around. You're not breathing, and you're very unfocused.
Right. But not breathing doesn't seem to be affecting me as adversely as it should.
Yeah, you're not dying from it apparently,
Okay.
but you do feel like the growth.
Do we see this like I guess there's a window to see?
Yeah, let's say there is. Yeah,
I
Yeah,
think
I could probably also see that his oxygen level is probably 0 as well.
but I
But
mean
he's
if
still in there.
yeah, if he's still moving and he's still in there, but we see the encrusting or whatever on
and
his
it's
face and
low,
such.
but not 0.
Right. I mean, I think she's gonna go over to the window again, like kind of distantly, and she's going to put her hand on the glass, as if she's kind of responding to that. Like, I guess I'm resigned that this is going to be me soon. So, yeah.
You
Can
know,
I
in
still
the
type?
oh,
Okay.
perfect.
I think I'm gonna. I think Victor types. Uh, gonna go for a walk. Find a tunnel. And I'm thinking about that fissure.
Mhm.
And I want to try to find like a either if I gotta bust through a wall of the hab, I'll bust through the wall of the hab, or if there's a like an airlock door that'll take me outside.
Yeah, you can just go out the front door.
Yeah, so like, but I want to do it in a way that means that I'm not getting in contact with anybody else, right? And I think before I walk out, I'll like because I don't know if I can't see anybody really, right? Because my vision is so
Yeah, it's very like,
fuckered.
crystallized. Yeah.
But I think I'll like lift up my arm and kind of point to the medical readout part of the suit, like this, right? This, and then walk out, trying to be like pay attention. And then yeah, just like I know that there's nothing left for me here. I kind of knew that before I went to sleep to some degree.
Yeah, and I think you almost feel like you're drawn to the quarry.
Yeah. Something about the face, the the part of me at first when I was down in the other hab, like I really wanted to take my helmet entirely off and put my face against the rock. I knew I wasn't, that wasn't going to work. But now I feel like it probably could work. And that temptation is just too, like, that's just too good to pass up. So yeah, Victor's going to go for a walk.
In the name of scientific discovery for myself, for Otto, I think that he would love to at least get physicals on Claire and Skipjack before we all meet our end, just to see like, is there crystal growths? You know what I mean? Like our pulses are lowering, but as far as I know, none of us came into physical contact.
Yeah.
With the rock.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give this one to you. Cursory medical examination doesn't show any crystalline activity in any of these.
I mean, should we follow the guy or like just see what's? I mean, what else do you want to do? You want to start laying explosives? Hey, the faster we tell the big guys to fuck themselves, the happier I'll be. So
Right.
I think Claire is still staring after Victor, and I think she says distantly without looking at you too. I think she says, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
Are you coming back from the walk?
She doesn't say anything. I mean, like she's making like she's going to open up the door.
like with no EVA suit on.
Right. I mean, like,
Oh.
yeah. It's like she's literally like just kind of like dreamlike, as if she's kind of stuck. She's not even looking at you two. She's getting ready to open up the door and walk out and follow.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Claire, come on. Let's. I mean, what is this? Is this your fuck off to the big guys? Because if it is, I can let you walk out there. But if you're just out of your mind, then at least put your suit on.
And just a note on the safety tab, we do have an ask first on suicide.
Gotcha. No, I mean, like well, I wasn't even thinking about it on that end. It was more like she's kind of like falling into this whole, like, succumbing to it, rather than like actually like
Yeah, like it's not an active thing that she's doing.
yeah.
Is that what
It's
you
just
mean?
like, yeah, she's kind of like stuck in this whole sense of like she could follow him, without even considering it's like, the safety aspects of wearing the suit and such for atmosphere. So, I think she'll kind of like wake herself a little bit out of it. And I was like, oh yeah, yeah, I should put on the
Yeah,
suit.
he'll kind of like usher her towards the EVA stand and make sure that she's properly suited up. But after that, with everything being, with us basically being SOL, he'll kind of just let her walk out. You know what I mean? He's not, hey, on your own terms. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think Victor should be left alone. I mean, see how far he gets, right? I mean, and you can see my readouts too, and I'll see where he goes. Maybe there'll be more answers down that quarry.
Yeah, when she leaves, Otto will just turn to Skipjack and be like, "Well, I mean, I don't know if you're fancying a walk, but I'm ready to start laying some fucking bombs down in this place."
Likewise.
Awesome. Yeah, Victor, as you're walking, you do feel that draw towards the chasm. And even through your kind of crystallized vision, you definitely see this like violet glow coming from it as you approach. Claire, you see the same thing. And yeah, Claire can actually see there is the fissure. It does seem like there is a maybe man-made kind of rough ramp going down into it, so you can walk down into it
Do
as
we
safely as you can.
do we
safely.
think that this is something that has been built, or
From a distance, it doesn't look like that. As you approach it, it definitely does.
Yeah, I'm going to take the stairs as best I can with whatever bodily control I have left.
Yeah.
Also, I think I wasn't overt about this before, but I wasn't putting on a helmet.
Yeah, got it.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like as free walking on this asteroid, and
Yeah.
kind of enjoying what that means and how that feels. And
Yeah, it
You know.
feels bad. It is painful.
Yeah.
Most of your body is exposed to the cold of space. I would like another change roll for that.
cool.
Yeah, it is painful.
It is painful. And Victor does not care.
Yeah, I think you can feel the rocks
Mhm.
throughout your body, kind of ameliorating that somewhat.
Yeah. I feel at this point there's not really a whole bunch of much going on that's not, I got to get into, I'm just going to keep on walking and then I'm going to end up where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah. And Claire, as you follow, it's pretty clear that this fissure may have been natural originally, but it's been improved, let's say. There are down in it, you can see scaffolding, drill rigs, kind of like the one that you were tasked to put in. A lot of it is covered by or made by that translucent violet stone. There's no movement, and the only light is coming from the stone. Very eerie and peaceful, I think, is the feeling you get from it.
I mean, like, I think the most overriding thought now is that, like, she has to know.
Mhm.
She has to know what's down there.
Yeah. What are Skipjack and Otto doing?
I think we're just laying explosives all over the life pod, aren't we?
Yeah. Are you pushing yourself to do so?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever would like to do that, roll 2 dice.
I can, unless you prefer to take the honors.
Whoever's more
No,
responsible.
you got all the instructions directly. So
Oh,
That's right.
that's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I'm rolling 2 dice.
Mhm.
5 is high.
Ooh. So you are going to make a change roll.
Okay. Still at 3.
All right, great. So yeah, you are able to. So you're placing it around the where are you putting them?
I mean, I think just kind of like at all the main structural points. The idea being that we're trying to leave absolutely no remnants of where we were, but just kind of like blow the whole place apart.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see. Yeah. And as you're doing that, I think your systems are kind of automatically like as you're finding the right points to put them in and plugging in the timers and whatnot. You definitely like your systems are automatically hooking up to like, yep, this is the way that they did it. This is the way that this other mission did it. Not on this rock, but if you want to destroy a hab, here are records of other people doing the same thing successfully.
Got it.
Otto, are you doing anything besides just helping there?
I think he is getting like whiskey for him and Skipjack. I think that's all he's
Nice.
doing.
Nice. So Claire, as you're and Victor's probably seeing less of this. As you descend into the what clearly a quarry, you can also see there's the scaffolding and the mining equipment. There's been some very the looks like there's been rock falls that have kind of been smoothed over, and as you reach the bottom of it and kind of survey the area, you definitely see more of these bodies, very much like the ones you've seen before, completely made of rock. You get the feeling that they are also moving as slowly as possible. Maybe you're getting the impression of that breathing and murmuring again.
Oh, like a similar sound to what I heard in the tunnel.
Yeah, and I think Victor's actually hearing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I
And
still see him moving ahead of me and like moving slowly?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and Victor, you can almost make out the voices, you swear. And I think as Claire's following, when you approach one of the bodies, it feels almost like the vibrations of your walking like sends these spidering cracks, this network of fine cracks up the body, and they just fall apart, shatters. There are they look kind of like your life pods, your hab. Does seem to be some temporary building there, like a foreman's office or something.
Oh, she definitely heads over there, for sure.
Yeah, the same. Another body, another office. If you want to investigate that, you can make a
Yeah.
roll. Probably 2 dice. One's going to be a push.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So you're able to extract the notes. These are notes of Sarah Chowdhury. They were the mining foreman, basically. Same sort of progression, injuries, people being taken up by rock. There's record of a seismic event, not an earthquake, but the sides of this chasm shifting and revealing more underneath, trapping some people, and they had to try to tunnel down to rescue them. And in the records, she was also the company liaison, basically. And you find files that are basically accounts going back and forth between them. And the upshot of these accounts are that the company was made aware of employees dying, being injured, turned into rock. And the balance sheet shows that the cost of the employees dying was offset by the rock that was mined and returned on the asteroid.
Reading these, she just says, "Fuck," and then she'll like kind of like her hand like slowly crawls to her comm and like she hits it a couple of times, trying to see if she can get a signal.
Yeah, you can contact the others.
Captain, Otto, it's Claire. Can you hear me?
Yep. Receiving.
I'm here in the quarry. More records. It's all balanced here. They still are turning a profit on all the lost workers. And they've been doing this for years. Do I
Victor,
still see
you
Victor?
start. Yeah, Victor's meandering around the bottom of the chasm, I guess. And you feel something within the rock shift. Victor. Something big. It's hard to tell what, but there's a shifting within the rock walls. I think Claire hears the shattering noise as well, of like a iceberg cleaving. And you can see outside of the hab that the sides of the ravine are starting to kind of calve off and starting to fall slowly because of the gravity, but with a lot of presence, a lot of momentum. It's kind of starting to fall down into the chasm.
Is it starting to fill?
It seems like it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to get out unless someone came down and dug you out, which would take some effort.
And
But you can
she
still make a break for it, but it's gonna be risky.
I mean, she'll make an attempt. But
Let's roll. I think it's just a dice.
okay. I think she's going to do like a what she considers a final calm.
Mhm.
This Fisher's collapsing. I'm gonna see if I can get out. But if I
We'll be
don't,
rolling a failure dice against you for this one.
yeah. If I don't, good luck.
Let's see what happens. 4. If the failure die, if the failure die rolls higher than the highest die, you fail. So I did not roll higher. You succeeded.
Okay.
Victor,
Hmm.
what are you doing as Claire makes her run for the ramp?
I don't think I'm aware of Claire. I think that the fracturing of the crystals growing in my eyes means that at this point, vision isn't a sense that I have
Yeah.
that I am paying attention to anymore,
Mhm.
which for Victor is actually kind of comfortable because it reminds him a lot of being in the tunnel, spending time in the dark. Like it's actually not.
Yeah.
It was scarier when his eyes were fucked up. Now that his eyes aren't fucked up, it's like actually kind of less scary.
Yeah.
And I think that at this point, Victor is leaning into this thing that he's been trying to resist, this awareness that he's been trying to resist because he was just mad. And at this point, he's no longer really mad in the same way. He's just kind of like, okay, I'm here. Like he's just sort of trying to like, I don't have a suit on. My face, my body is like pressed into this rock. So I'm just saying, like, I'm here. I'm here. What do you want?
Yeah. And I think you feel the rocks growing around your feet that you're unable to move. And you see, and it's not sight, it's sense. Claire running, but again, she's kind of frozen in mid-action. And you feel the crystals starting to like really set in. And you can hear the voices more clearly now as your awareness slows down to their frequency. Claire, you're able to get out. It's not just falling rocks. It feels almost like jagged bits of crystal are like not attacking, but they're like being shot out suspiciously in your direction. A little bit too much to be chance. You kind of like stumble. You feel like sharp pain as something maybe cracks a little bit, but you're able to get out. Okay. You two are about to hit the plunger. Where are you in relation to the hab?
So, do you have an idea? Because my idea was we are sitting inside of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't intend to survive the blast. My God, that'd be awful.
Yeah. I figure I'm just having a whiskey with him while we're sitting inside the hab.
You do a countdown.
Yeah, I think he's got the plunger. And the only thing that Otto wants to say when they're like holding their glass, he's like, "Hey, Sam, you know what I'm going to miss about this place?
I was wondering if you'd do that. Yeah.
Fucking nothing."
God.
Yeah, and you count down 5, 4, 3, and after 3, Skipjack, there's a blip on your comms.
Oh. What is it?
The exchange has synced up and made contact. To
Can I abort it for a second?
yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay,
I mean,
hang on.
Otto's the one. Otto's the one holding the plunger.
Oh, my
so.
fucking line. Of course they fucking call us
the-
right now. They better have
Yeah,
something
this
real
is
good
Sam.
to say.
I'll try to make contact with the exchange, and I'll say this is Sam.
Yeah, and it's the same like automated soothing female voice that you asked for all the stuff at the beginning, and it just says exchange in orbit, shuttle descending, prepare for departure.
What's the estimated time of arrival?
3 minutes 20 seconds.
Roger that.
And if you look into the sky, you can see a point descending to where you dropped off.
Otto, they are sending a shuttle right now.
Isn't that nice of them to do? Now, what about my readouts? Like, people's pulses are still low, right? The ones that I can see.
Yeah.
What
So,
what does Claire say? I'm curious.
yeah, does she see it coming down?
If you're looking at the sky, you do.
Yeah.
You're also in comms with Skipjack and Otto, so if they want to say something to you, they can.
I see the ship. You okay? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?
Receiving. Sorry, Claire. And he's just like looking over at Skipjack.
Pocket goes right down to the very bottom.
I never requested an evac, Otto,
There are also padded laptops
so I'm not
Maybe it's
sure what
been
to
a
make
year.
of this.
and tablets.
Maybe it's been a year. The
Um,
question is, if from everything we've learned, we're fucked if we do leave, and the only problem is giving it to more people. I don't know how communicable it is.
well, are the two of us infected?
As far as my readers are showing, our pulses, we probably shouldn't be conscious.
Oh. So that's a yes.
You don't see any signs of the crystal stuff inside you, but
Yeah,
your
no.
vitals are
Based
still
on the
down.
physicals I did, we don't have any of these things on us, but stage 1 and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, is that like a something that I could figure? Is like we might not have crystals, but is there some way we would be infected? Like this is the first sign, right? Or is it just the fact that time and stuff is so distorted here?
I think it's more the time thing.
Oh, okay. So I don't feel like medically, from everything I've seen, it's more a temporal displacement is what I'm to understand as a player, then. Not that we've been directly infected by something.
So then it will resolve itself once we get off of here.
Here's hoping. I'll keep both fingers crossed for this one. I'm still fine blowing this place to shit on our way up if you want, and say it's some kind of accident.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's appropriate.
Guys, I grabbed the logs.
Yeah, Claire, we need you back at the hab right now.
Coming.
And then he's going to check his readout for Victor.
Yeah, Victor still has like the barest of life signs. Probably should be dead, but like it seems flatline, and every once in a while it's just like a little blip. And the shuttle touches down exactly where it dropped you off. Just a short jog from the cab.
Yeah, I'll pack my bag and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
I think
I'll make sure Claire's all good if she's like hobbling or anything from hurting something.
I mean, I don't know. She has not even looked at herself after rolling out of the out of the fissure, she's just basically saw the ship and started to run.
Claire, can I
To
get you to
run.
make one last change roll?
Absolutely. Let's do this.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Twisted your ankle on the way out. That's about it.
Okay. Because otherwise I would have said, "Oh, irony."
Cool. So you can get on the shuttle. How I think each of you, how do you think other people will see you when you get back to the ship?
Hmm.
Well, I lost a person. I'm the medical guy, you know what I mean? We're coming back with one less person. I'm gonna be very, if I wasn't expendable this time, I'm gonna be pretty fucking expendable for the next mission, that's for sure.
Oh, you're gonna willingly go on another mission?
Oh, you know, contracts and all that. Who's to say? They probably own me or something. I do have a lot of medical debt, like for school.
Uh, for my part, I think there will be surprise upon seeing me on some level. But otherwise, I think they'll probably just treat me like some kind of cold specimen, and act like everything is just fine. And probably if I lodge any complaints, those will get sent off into some kind of Kafka-esque bureaucracy anyway.
I think Claire would have done her best to try and keep what she has hidden. Like, just kind of. She stuffed, like, clothes or something on top of all the things that she gathered. But I mean, I think she's come out of this with, like, very dead looking eyes. It's just kind of like, what she saw is just kind of like, stuck in her head now. But I will say that I think when they interview her, that most likely there is some semblance of what she sees. Because when she talks to them about what happened down on the surface, not mentioning that she has these logs and all this kind of stuff, I think they'll see maybe the possible little glimmer of something violet sparking in her eyes when she talks about it.
And Victor, what did the voices say to you?
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Made sense that I was muted because, I was saying I think that it's something between saying and singing. And it's not so much of a language, but it's kind of like, just wait. Just you wait. Just you wait. Now we wait.
I think your mind goes back to the question that you're asked on the way down. What would it be like living forever?
Mm-hmm.
The other three of you step aboard the shuttle. It ascends back up to the ship, and the readouts say that a year has passed, and then starts briefing you on your next assignment. And that is Cosmic Dark Extraction.
God dang
Ah,
it. Woo!
Yeah.
Hot damn.
that was fun.
Wow.
Wow.
Shake that off for a second. Let's do some stars and wishes. We'll just go in character keeper order. Start with David.
Yeah, I think that the only thing that I wish is that I'd gotten a chance to explore a little bit more and get a little bit more information on what was actually going on.
Mhm.
you know, and it might just be like how the scenario is written, but I think that it's kind of, I don't know, with different groups, maybe they would explore to the bitter end, which I think to a certain extent, JP and Mads did. I feel like me and Billy kind of went to the place of once it's clear that we're screwed, we're just gonna blow the place up and die. So I think it can be hard not to go into kind of a demotivated, defeatist space when you end up faced with a seemingly unwinnable scenario. But maybe that was just me. I don't know. But that being said, I had a fantastic time. I thought the move to get down to 2 before this shuttle transmission came in was hilarious and wonderful. I especially, this is kind of a small detail, but I really liked everyone's short backstory vignettes at the start of the game. I thought those were all brilliantly improv. And you know, just as usual, everyone's role playing was fantastic. So, you know, fabulous game. I'll intend to buy it.
Awesome. Thank you. JP's up next.
Yeah, I really like the feeling of dread, the inevitability, which I think is a real part of this kind of horror. I do agree it would have been nice to have maybe this might just be as a result of it kind of being a one shot, right? But like a little bit more exploration time before someone gets physically infected, so that there is a little bit of time to explore that quarry in a way that's or you know, a deeper exploration of the hub, or you know, like David was saying, sort of figuring out what's actually happening. Coincidentally, this is the second sort of space horror game that I've played where I end up being the infected one. So I don't know what that's about, but just sort of coincidentally. Yeah, I really like the system. I really like the creep of changed is nice. It would be interesting to see how it works with something that is just like different kinds of threat, like different kinds of dread, and how that sort of plays out. There was a vibe of this that was a little Annihilation, which was the thing that was being thrown around a lot, but also some of Event Horizon in terms of like that particular kind of creepy space dread that I was really into. But yeah, really good time.
Awesome. Thank you. Billy.
Yeah, a lot of echoing what everybody said. It would be nice to kind of poke around a little more. I kind of got lost in the fuck the corporations bit. And plus I thought that was the way he would kind of go once he found out that, you know, they'd been fucking over people over and over again. So on one hand it was fun to do like a little character stuff. But yeah, I would really love to see this in a different scenario, like JP was saying. I am, in fact, I can't wait to see it in a different scenario. I would love to play it again. And everybody did such a good job. I really liked everybody's characters so much. And I think one point of that are the vignettes at the beginning, like David had mentioned earlier. Yeah, the wish is just I would really love to play this in a separate scenario. That would be my only wish.
And Matt.
Oh yeah, so much echoing of stars from everybody, and then a specific star to JP for that setup of the yawn, and then touching the helmet to the wall and trying to get a handle on, like, you know, what is he sensing, what is he feeling, what is he hearing, and I thought that was like such an amazing visual of a character play, especially for someone who, again, had been in the dark for so long, being the tunnel rat, and just like the whole backstory thing. I mean, it just tied really nicely back into it, and I loved it. I mean, so many touchstones in this scenario. I mean, I was bandying about in the chat like The Thing, Event Horizon, Prometheus, Annihilation, the White Vault podcast. I mean, Inception, Old. I mean, like, my God. It was really awesome, and I really enjoyed this. I mean, like, all the vibes that I got and everybody's great character play was beautiful, and so I would definitely not mind playing this again. I do love me do love me some space horror, and again, I think it would be great to see this in a different scenario and see how like it plays out, like different pacing, or like like how the roles are handled, and just again get used to this as a system that can be extremely playable. And yeah, I I'm excited. I'm excited to see more of this for sure.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I had a great time playing with y'all, running this. Um, as usual, everyone's great to play with. Um, yeah, it's real. I love running through the dark, and so I tried to follow the instructions from this particular thing more than falling back on what I always do. It's definitely more linear than I'm used to, and I did wind up just for time's sake, kind of moving a few pieces into place so we'd actually get to more stuff than we would have. Um, I would definitely like to run this in as like a two-shot. I think it really deserves two sessions to get all the juice out of it. That said, we had so many great moments, both both from you all and just experiencing that feeling of horror, that arc of dread that the change dice gives is so nice. Yeah, I just had a great time. It's funny in the scenario, it kind of just assumes that you're going to go to sleep as soon as the lights go off, and there's the whole dream sequence in the middle, and the crystal growing in your throat and mouth, like in the middle of the game. But I love that we got that at the end, and um, that ending of the was just so great. And thank you for leaning into it. It was just so much fun to see. Get that like experience from the crystal side of it. Yeah, and I can't wait to see more. I think this is the first in a series of 6 that's going to come with the game, so or alongside it. So yeah, really excited to see more and hopefully run more.
Nice.
Excited to see it. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Great. Thank you for playing. Anything else we want to say before we sign off?
Thank you for running this. I
Yeah,
mean,
thanks
this
for
was
organizing
an
this.
awesome experience. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. We'll wave goodbye, and I'll stop the
Okay.
recording. Bye.
See ya.